You are on WHBJ Digital Talk.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Weekend Review, Sunday night on WHBJ Digital Talk. Thanks for coming out, folks. Good evening to everyone in the chat room. I'm Hutch Bailey Jr., your host for now here at WHBJ Digital Broadcast. That's a real call sign. It's pretty neat. Tonight we have for you Steel City Resistance episodes 11 and 12. I have some bad news. When going through the archives, I said earlier yesterday, talking in the chat room about Libsyn, and my shows all started at Libsyn, and unfortunately when I canceled that very expensive account that I had, because I forget how many hundred of megabytes of storage I needed every week. It was a lot. To the point where I started transcoding my MP3 files to compress them. But when I left, all that stuff went away, and I didn't realize I was going to still be doing this all these years later. So episodes 14 to 28 are poof. They're gone. I found them on blueberry.com, which you could hear all the shows. And it went all the way back to number 1. But when I tried to download number 14, it was gone because Libsyn deleted it. I mean, I don't blame them, but I should have. Just a word to the wise. Record your episodes. You never know when you might want them. Let's give a shout out to Madison Rising performing the national anthem at the top of the show. Please go to madisonrising.com and support these guys. If you talk to them, let them know you heard it here on WHBJ. Also support the freemusicarchive.org. Tonight, Steel City Resistance with Ward Miller. I hope he stops in the chat room. He might. You never know with Ward. But you know CPAC starts next week, ladies and gentlemen, next Thursday, and Mona Salama, you've heard her here, is going there. We got to help her out. I got one contribution so far, but we need to raise a couple $300 for her, and that's let me tell you something, that is a deal, because as I was thinking about this, I pulled out my receipt from 2017 at CPAC, and that was a bill. For that many nights, it was over $1,300 to stay at the Gaylord. So she's already hooking up with other people so they can split the rent. So let's try to see if we can't get in there and help her out. PayPal.me/Hutch Bailey Jr. That's PayPal.me/Hutch Bailey Jr. Bailey is Baile. Hutch Bailey Jr. If you have any questions, talk to Rocky in the chat room. He'll straighten you out on that. And thank you, Rocky, for standing by 7 days a week. Now, that's a friend right there. 7 days a week, my man. All right. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the review and listen to Steel City Resistance from way back in the day.
I thought we were the protectors of truth. Democrats, Republicans, you all lie. We, a small band of survivors, are on our way to the Steel City to find the resistance. Join us.
Welcome to the Steel City Resistance with Senior Airman Ward Miller and the ironclad voice of Pittsburgh, Hutch Jr., laying down verbal C4 to blow away the lies and the political tomfoolery. Your papers have been cleared. Welcome to the Steel City Resistance.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Steel City Resistance. This is Hutch. On episode number 11, I'm in Brookline in the bunker.
And I'm Ward Miller. I'm in the Greenfield section of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I'm also in. I don't have a bunker. I can't afford a bunker. I have a fortress of solitude. So I'll stick in the fortress of solitude. Hutch is in the bunker. We got all our bases covered.
Both sides of the rivers. Okay, we're going to start out this show. We have a pretty deep show for you this evening, but we got a couple administrative notes we want to cover. I got an email, Ward. We got an email from Eric, and he says, life's been busy, the birth of my third child, so I just got around to listening to SCR 9. Hutch, I agree with your pragmatic approach to reducing abortions by allowing certain exemptions in the short term. However, the way you expressed yourself in SCR 7 didn't sound like you were being pragmatic. Rather, it sounded like you were willingly defending a right to abortion in cases of rape and incest, though I've forgotten your exact language. Thank you for clarifying your stance. Well, I will say that I have sympathy for those people, but I don't know. I want to get the majority of them knocked out, and I think you don't win the argument if you don't include those exemptions.
Yeah, I mean, and like we said before, I mean, in fact, I think I said it on episode 10, that you have to have those exemptions because it doesn't do anything but hurt the kid. You know, if the mother, you know, is forced to give birth to a child that was conceived through rape or incest, that kid's life's going to be screwed up as it could be. So, you know, I am not pro-abortion in any way, shape, or form, but I am pro, you know, the kid having a decent life.
And I'd like to get the argument won. I mean, if it, like I said before, if the issue, if you don't drop those out of the conversation, they become the major issue, and it makes it sound like that's all you're arguing about.
Well, yeah, and that's the point, too, because then the lefties go, oh, well, what about this?
Oh, yeah.
If you call it out in the beginning and say, this, you know, we want to outlaw it except for these specific cases, you know, they can't use that as a weapon.
And then you can try.
So we're taking their weapons away from them.
And you can try down the line, if you get the vast majority of them off the table, you can try down the line to deal with those issues. But anyway, he commented to you, Ward, I certainly have abundant sympathy for women who have been sexually assaulted. However, that sympathy must be properly ordered within a larger moral and ethical framework. Homicide is a much more serious matter than psychological damage. One might argue that requiring women to carry children from rape to term is a form of slavery, but even if it is, so what? Slavery is a grave evil, but surely murder is far worse. Liberty is meaningless without life. And then he lists some links, feminists for life and libertarians for life and some things like that. Well,
yeah, I mean, the thing is, in no way, shape, or form can you say that I'm pro-abortion.
Right.
You know, that's just not even close to being on the table. I do see a case for people to have to do it, you know, I mean, based on their own mindset. I mean, if a woman can say, okay, I've been raped, but, you know, I'm going to take this child to term and put it up for adoption. That's great. And that should be the avenue you try and lean them towards. But if they're not going to be able to do that, and, you know, they're going to be screwed up, you know, and they're going to screw this kid up, why have two generations that are messed up because of it? You know, if that will alleviate their mental state, I mean, like I said, I'm not. My first thought would be carry it to term, take it to put it up for adoption. There's plenty of people out there who want children who can't have children. That would be my initial. This is what you should do. But they still need to have that option because there are some people that couldn't do that.
To me, that's where it would be a choice, pro-choice. You take all those other 98% of abortions off the table, and then we'll have that pro-choice movement right there. Exactly. If you're raped or whatever, then now it's your choice to, deal with your personal circumstances or whatever. But
you can't be using birth control.
No.
I mean, using abortion as a means of birth control.
Absolutely
That's just ridiculous.
Not. Okay, moving right along, I wanted to put a couple things out to the audience. I recently encountered a website called Kitman TV, Kitman, one word, TV, and you can find it at kitmantv.blogspot.com. And what it is it's a website that Frank Kitman has compiled just a lot of documentaries, a really solid website for research. I mean, that's where I got Uranium from. And I just urge everybody to go there. And Frank, you can follow him on Facebook, and he'll talk back and forth with you. He's talked with me a couple times. He's listened to the show. I don't know if he listened to the whole show, but he commented on it, and I just inadvertently don't have it here. He liked the part about the war criminals in Guantanamo not being afforded all the rights of a citizen concerning a court hearing or whatever, a trial. But anyway, go to Kitman TV, and I'm sure you're going to like it. I mean, there's a wealth of material there. One of the things that I'm going to do for a future show, and I have a little bit more research to do before I get there, is something that he covers in a few different documentaries, and this is one of the things we were talking about. But you always hear about slavery when the Europeans and the South Americans were involved with it, which is over now. But you never hear of the biggest enslavers of African people, the Arab Muslims. I mean, there are countries to this day that still have African slaves. Not many, but 17 centuries worth. So I'm researching that, and I'm using his site as a place to get some information. So that's coming.
So that'll be an expose we got coming up.
Yeah, because it's criminal that it hasn't been exposed. When you've got Louis Farrakhan, African American Muslim, does he even know? It's just, is it an ignorant situation, or are we hiding things?
I agree with you. This is something that needs to be exposed, and once again, we're ahead of the curve, and I like being ahead of the curve.
I do too.
We'll do an expose on it, and maybe we'll get some traction and get some of the media. Maybe someday the mainstream media will pick up on our show and say, you know what, these guys know what the hell they're talking about.
And they'll give us a camera that works and a studio.
Yeah, and we'll actually get a real studio, and we won't be doing stuff through Skype, and we'll actually have like an ISDN line or something. It'll be pretty cool. But until then, we're gonna keep this. What do you want to call it? It's not a garage band. It's more of a.
It's a resistance.
Yeah, it's a resistance. It's a grassroots resistance.
There it is. So anyway, we'll be coming up with some more material on that. Something else I'd like you to do is join Freedom Connector. Freedom Connector is a nationwide site, and just Google it because I don't have the website right here. I thought I did, but I don't have the address. But Freedom Connector, it's run by Freedom Works. And what it is, you can join this Freedom Connector, and you give them your location, and they populate your field with different like-minded, patriotic, constitutional type people in your area.
And events that are going to occur in your area,
all kinds of events.
And you can join Steel City Resistance.
You can, and we would appreciate if you would do that. And we've been very lucky. I went out there a little bit and beat the drum with some of the other patriot organizations in the state, and you can request them to be one of your allies, to have an alliance. So right now, Steel City Resistance is in alliance with the Lebanon 912 Project, the Bedford County Patriots Tea Party, South Central Pennsylvania Tea Party Republicans, York 912 Patriots, and joining with us first, Veterans and Patriots United, located right here in Pittsburgh.
That's awesome.
So thank you very much, guys. I hope you're listening to the show. You almost have to know about the show to be allied with us, so thank you very much. We're very impressed.
You know what we should do, Hutch? We should get like a little thing and put it on our website, like Friends of Steel City Resistance, and put stuff like those guys. Let's give them a little, pimp them out a little bit on our site.
That sounds good, and I'm glad you said that because you can join Freedom Connector on our site. I did put a link to that.
Sweet.
So yeah, we'll dress that up, and once again, I can't thank you enough, man. That makes me feel really proud that you guys would line up with a little show like this. And there's something coming up. The last thing I have here, there's something coming up on Tuesday, March 29th at 9 a.m. And it's a FreedomWorks Pennsylvania Coalition for Responsible Government and Veterans and Patriots United, one of our allies, is sponsoring the event, and it's Restoring America Summit and Rally, a day of seminars and an evening rally to discuss the threats and hopes pertaining to our nation. Budget, school choice, public unions, tort reform, privatization of Pennsylvania state entities, the Marcellus Shale, cap and trade, conservative media, and holding elected officials accountable. And the MC is Rose Tennant, which is Quinn and Rose, I think. Pretty sure that's her last name.
Yeah, I think so.
And she does do things like that, so it's probably you're going to get to see her. Coming here, Dick Army, Scott Baker from theblaze.com, and other national speakers. And it's located at the Embassy Suites in Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh International Airport, 550 Charrington Parkway, Coriopolis 15108. And if you want to register, go to www.eventbrite. No GH. It's eventbrite.com/event/139-643-9789. And you all have this on electronic media, so you can repeat that if you need to. Or call 412-331-5160, extension 311 for phone registration. I'm thinking about going to that. That might be...
Is there a price on them tickets? Or is it a freebie?
I'm not sure. There was a price. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Okay, the day seminars, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., $10, includes lunch. If attending during the day, please RSVP so we can have a better count for the lunches. Evening event, 7 to 9, cost voluntary donation only.
That's not bad at all.
Get to see. I'd like to just see Rose and Dick Army. But
yeah, $10 and $10 for lunch.
Yeah,
you can't get a lunch in the city of Pittsburgh for $10.
You definitely can't get a lunch at that hotel for that much. I've been to that hotel a lot of times. I saw Dick Cheney there. But anyway, so that's a good event that's going on, and it's being hosted by one of our alliances. So let's support them. Okay, Ward, the biggest story of the day. Get us started.
Yeah. If you turned on a TV anytime since Friday, you found out about the earthquake and subsequent tsunamis that hit Japan. The tsunamis also hit, Hawaii and the west coast of the United States, but they didn't do anywhere near the damage that they did in Japan. Currently, they fear that 10,000 people are dead. They have, at last count, there was 2 nuclear reactors that were trying to melt down. One of them, they actually were pouring seawater and I think it's bromide into the reactor, which basically kills the reactor. It won't be used again once you do this procedure that they're doing. I want to say it's bromide that basically neutralizes the radioactive stuff. So
they're trying to cool it. I guess just an update from about a half hour ago. They're doing that on 2 reactors now. So
yeah.
So it's bad. And what it is when you get to this level of pumping water on it to cool it, to keep it from, you're trying to keep the rods from fusing together and becoming one hot molten badass. Yeah. You know, I mean, if you recall, and I'm not sure, I haven't heard anybody say this yet, but if you recall back when we were younger, Ward, when the movie The China Syndrome came out, I mean, they say it can get hot enough to start burning through the ground. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not a nuclear physicist or anything like that, but I know it's burning and they're trying to pour water on it to keep it cool, and it's possible that they could. Now, there's 7 levels of emergency at nuclear power plants, and with Chernobyl being like a 6/7, that was the worst one, and 3 Mile Island being a 5 or 6, they're currently calling these 2 as 4s.
Yeah, because there's also a containment that's around the reactor itself that's reinforced concrete and rebar and whatnot, and it's, you know, it's like a shell.
That's what blew up, though, isn't it?
No, not the containment. There's one of the things inside of it did, but the containment shell itself didn't. That's one of the reasons why Chernobyl was much worse.
Chernobyl looked like a steel mill. It didn't even have containment.
But that was the problem.
Right.
It didn't have containment, and when it went up, it went.
I read stories about that. Chernobyl is a chilling event. That guys went in there. First of all, anybody that went anywhere near there in the recovery efforts, they're all dead. But the concrete, they were saying, was like spongy. You know, it was really eerie.
There was a ridiculous amount of, heat that, when you're talking about a nuclear reactor heating up, and there's no controls on it because, every one of your controls is going to be controlled through electricity.
Right, electronics.
Be it a computer, whatever. And when apparently from what they said is, the reactor itself shut down. As soon as the earthquake was detected, they have a scenario set up so that if as soon as the earthquake's detected, it says, okay, shut the reactor down. But it takes so much time for that reactor to actually, I guess the word's power down. So the rods are still hot and they're still reacting because it's hot in there. And then this is just causing the heat to permeate. The cooling couldn't be pumped into there because the pumps are electric.
Right. And we even provided, the U.S. Air Force provided, I don't know if it was Air Force or Navy, but we even sent some cooling over there in the first day. But it wasn't enough. They had to start using raw water. Yeah, well, they have like 50, I want to say like 55 nuclear plants in Japan. Right, yeah, that's what
they power basically their whole country with it. Now, I'd have to question why they would do that. It's kind of, a little late for that. But when you are living in a place like Japan that is tsunami / earthquake prone, putting up 55 nuclear power plants may not be the best idea.
Yeah, the thing is, you're right about the tsunami thing, but I think tsunamis like that, correct me if I'm wrong here, but they're pretty much biblical in nature. They don't happen every century.
No. Tsunamis basically occur because of the earthquake.
Right, and it has to be a
The way
whopper.
you got to look at it is, like this last earthquake that hit Japan, they said that according to satellite photographs, that the entire island of Japan actually moved 10 feet.
That's something else.
Now, think about that for a second. An island the size of Japan was shaken so violently that it was able to move.
I don't understand
10
that.
feet.
It goes all the way to the bottom of the sea. I don't understand the physics behind that.
Yeah.
Did it bend?
Ridiculous.
Did it lean? Or you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the tectonic plates, once they shift, and that's your initial earthquake.
Right.
Okay. And then what happens is, as the rest of them start to settle, as it starts to settle back into place, is when you get your aftershocks.
Okay.
And they had over 150 aftershocks at a 6.0 on the Richter scale. 6.0 is a major earthquake in and of itself. You know, when you consider that the initial earthquake there was 8.
Yeah, 7.1 was like the one in the movie The Earthquake, not to reference movies, but that was the movie. So, yeah, that's something. I mean, coming out of Sendai, Japan, the estimated death toll from Japan's disasters climbed past 10,000 Sunday as authorities raced to combat the threat of multiple nuclear reactor meltdowns, and hundreds of thousands of people struggled to find food and water. The Prime Minister said it was the nation's worst crisis since World War II.
Yeah, and I mean, if you really think about it, you know, the first day they said that there was an entire town that just disappeared.
I mean, you know, they're one of the world's leading economies with ultra-modern infrastructure. The disasters plunged ordinary life into nearly unimaginable deprivation. I mean, in Rikuzentakata, a port city of over 20,000 virtually wiped out by the tsunami. Etsuko Koyama escaped the water rushing through the third floor of her home, but lost her grip on her daughter's hand and has not found her. And there's going to be a million stories like that.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
I mean, the video was stunning.
It's tragic. I mean, there were, entire trains.
Oh, I know.
You know, when you consider the size and weight of a train, and it just disappeared, you know, full of passengers, just gone.
I mean, I'm watching these giant boats. They weren't ships, but they were giant, like yachts or fishing boats or something with people in them, just like careening. I mean, it was, oh, man. Then it hit the bridge, and, the cars getting flung around. I've never seen anything. I don't think any of us has ever seen anything like this ever.
Well, they said that tsunami, once it started, it was traveling in excess of 550 miles an hour. The wave itself was going at 550 miles an hour, 3 miles deep.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to watch that, it looks like it's moving slow when you're back from it, you know, when you're on an aerial photograph. But I couldn't even imagine being on the street. They say they had 10 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, and the first, you know, probably the first 5 of those 15 minutes were spent getting the hell shook out of you by the earthquake.
Right. I mean, that's something that I was watching that, and I was trying, as I usually do, I was trying to put myself in the situation, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, man, find me a mountain.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Where's Mount Fuji?
I mean, these people are standing there. I'm watching this, and they're filming. There's like it's coming in from the one side, and people are just driving like nothing's happening on the highway. Yeah. They're driving over this bridge, and the water's like 6 inches below the bottom of the bridge. And it's like, this isn't going to end well, man. I want
time to start climbing.
Well, I'll tell you, the people that stood there and filmed that, I mean, that's definitely some historic footage. I mean, no question. Another young man described what ran through his mind before he escaped in a separate rescue. I thought to myself, this is how I will die. Tatsuro Ishikawa, his face bruised and cut, told NHK as he sat in striped hospital pajamas. Now, the problem with this is right now, the government doubled the number of soldiers deployed in the aid effort to 100,000 and sent 120,000 blankets, 120,000 bottles of water, 29,000 gallons of gasoline, and food. The problem is the temperatures are hovering around freezing. You know, so these people, there's a lot of displaced people. I mean, those entire towns are unusable.
Yeah, and they said that one of the problems, too, is, it's like it is anywhere, you know, in springtime, because during the day it's getting up to, you know, almost 70 degrees, and then at night the temperature falls off the table to almost freezing. So it's just, it's like the perfect storm. It's the worst possible things that could happen, all happening simultaneously.
Yeah, it's miserable. I mean, you have all these shelters and things like that,
and we have troops over there. You know, we have a Marine division there. We have Air Force is stationed there.
The Navy's 7 fleets there too, I think, or they're on their way or something.
So we have a bunch of assets in the area. But what they're going to be able to do, I don't know. And if the reactor's getting that hot, get our guys out of there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that
I feel bad for the people in Japan that are there that have to be there. Our soldiers don't. No,
they evacuated those areas pretty well. The thing about the Japanese, they're real proud, and I heard a guy speaking about this yesterday that he said he was the public affairs officer for one of the Army units stationed there, and he said, "Hey, we're just telling them that if they need something, ask. They have a pretty robust infrastructure in Japan. I mean, they have rescue people and the whole 9 yards."
Yeah, but apparently they didn't. The last time they had a really nasty earthquake, we tried to rush in. Because that's what we do. Mm-hmm. We run in to help everybody, and we tried, and they said, "No, if we need you, we'll ask for you."
Right. That's how they roll. Well, God bless you. I hope they come out of this okay, and I hope they get those
reactors cooled down.
Get the reactor cores cooled down. Yeah, absolutely. Because they said it can stay as a 4 if nothing else changes. But if they can't get them to go out, then who knows what?
Yeah. I mean, there may be a chain reaction. I mean, and like you said, Hutch, I'm not a nuclear physicist either. I'm just, saying, you got a bunch of these things daisy chained together, and it's just
2 + 2 must equal 4.
Exactly.
Nothing good happens at 5,000 degrees.
Well, not even a little bit.
So bringing it back to home, we had an historic event in Wisconsin happen. I'm so happy about, and it's being mischaracterized continuously. The Wisconsin GOP and the governor bypassed the Democrats and cut collective bargaining. They signed it into law.
And here's the thing, and there's all these people that want, I seen Jesse Jackson complaining about it, and Al Sharpton, and you're attacking the people, and, you're not giving them nothing. Now, let's just do a little math here real quick. Number one, collective bargaining is not a guaranteed right. It is not in the Constitution. It is not a guaranteed right. So the reason that they're saying that they're giving up, that they're taking away their fundamental rights tells me that they don't understand anything about the Constitution. Number one.
They could care less about the Constitution.
Yeah. Number two, okay, when you have a union, okay, we'll say, I'll just pick a union, the truck drivers union.
Teamsters.
All right? And the Teamsters. And the Teamsters come in, and I'm a business owner, okay? I own Wardy's Chicken Shack, and I got to ship my chickens across the place, across the country. So I bring in the Teamsters, say, okay, and I make an agreement with them. This is what I will pay you to ship my chickens across the country. So they have collective bargaining. So they're gonna bargain with me back and forth, right? So now here's what you got to think about. When you're talking about public officials and teachers and whatnot, they're going in and they're making bargains with if it's a Democrat, it's people that they've been paying for the last ever.
And that's where unions are the biggest.
Exactly.
In Democrat held.
Number two, they're bargaining with your money. Okay?
And it really, if you look at it, just while we're at this juncture in the conversation, it's a money laundering scheme because they're bargaining to get taxpayer money from the school districts, which is going to go to them, and 80% of it is going to go back to the people that are given the contract, that are writing the contract.
Exactly.
So, that's a money laundering scheme.
But here's my point.
The money's going back and forth, and half of the country doesn't agree with where it's going.
Well, my point is, when the union comes and they're negotiating with me, I am the owner of the company. It is my decision whether or not I can make that deal or I can't. When you're talking about them negotiating with a government official, so we want a raise, we want this, we want that, we want more hours of sick time, all this other garbage, right? They're negotiating with people who don't pay them. Their paycheck comes out of your pocket. If you are a tax-paying citizen, public unions should just piss you off.
They should, and this is where they've spun it This is the part that's dishonest. This conversation should not include anybody other than the public sector unions. This doesn't have anything to do with any other trade union. The vast majority of the middle class is not public sector union employees.
No, this has nothing to do with the Teamsters. This has nothing to do with
carpenters,
the United Auto
electrical workers, none of them.
No, this is just the teachers union.
People being paid by tax money.
Exactly. And they shouldn't be allowed to unionize.
And I think nationally they shouldn't be allowed to unionize. Because right now what you have a situation in Wisconsin is the big FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police, the firefighters, they've all gotten on board and they've all sent these letters out to these businesses, these intimidating letters, saying to publicly denounce Governor Walker's deal. And if you don't, if you don't respond in so and so time, we're going to guess that you're supporting him, in which time we're going to impose a boycott on your business. Now, what does that mean? What is a boycott from a police union mean? Does that mean they're not going to enforce the law?
It could mean that it takes them, an hour and a half to show up on a call. I mean, there's a million things that could mean. And see, because they don't state it. They don't say, well, we're not going to show up. We're going to boycott your business. So that could mean, okay, so our cops aren't going to come buy your donuts.
I mean, it's mob related. It really is. It's like The Sopranos.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been like that. The unions have always used these strong arm tactics because that's what they do.
It's got to end. And I think that and don't get me wrong here, I think we should pay our police officers well. And our firefighters and anybody else. Hear me.
Those guys put their lives on the line every time they put their shirt on to go to work. I have nothing but crazy respect for any of those guys. The firemen, the police officers, the EMTs, all those guys, mad props, whatever you want to say.
But we must be able to afford to pay them.
Exactly.
We can't be a slave to them, and we can't have intimidating letters going out to business owners that maybe they're going to get a little lightning strike and maybe the fire company's not going to be able to start the fire truck that day. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Unacceptable. Now, the people at the Capitol, 7,000 people, within hours of the Senate passing the bill, a crowd of hundreds of protesters grew to about 7,000 inside. A crowd as large as any seen inside the building in 3 weeks of demonstrations. And they want the Vietnam era back so bad. They're chanting, the whole world is watching. And, I mean, you just look at these people, and some of the representatives say the place is starting to really stink now. And it's just dirty. They're just laying all over the place. They tape stuff all up to these glorious marble walls. And, I mean, it's just horrible. I'll be glad when this is over. On the one hand, I will.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're just ground zero, man. They're the first.
Yeah, you're right.
You're going to see the same thing happen in Ohio. Kucinich in Ohio he's already geared up to do it.
I think he already did some of it.
I think he did too.
He didn't get everything, but I think he started the process for sure. They're mad up there too.
And Christie's going to do it. Indiana's going to do it. There's all these states, it's one of them things where something's got to give.
It's coming to an end. I mean, you might as well suck it up. No amount of demonstration is going to change people's mind. We see the numbers.
Yeah, and
$14 trillion in debt, man. I mean,
and as Hutch is so fond of saying, 2 and 2 has to equal 4.
It must. There's no way. Even Franklin Delano Roosevelt railed against organizing public employees because he said, if we do that, sooner or later, the people will hate the government. And he was right. Yeah. I mean, when this stuff starts getting exposed, I mean, trade unions, private sector trade unions is another conversation. I'm not fully in support of them either. But that's a totally different conversation than this.
But, yeah, because like I said before, the public sector unions, they have the ability to they're actually negotiating with the person that's going to pay them.
That's the private sector ones.
That's the private sector ones. The public sector ones, they're not, and they're going to be paid by taxpayer money. So everything that they negotiate that they get extra in their contract comes out of your pocket.
And the other thing that's not being reported properly and not being brought up is that the vast majority of public sector union workers cannot collectively bargain for their wages. The federal government employee cannot. All they can bargain for is personnel issues. So it works for them. It's going to work for you too.
Yeah, and I mean, they're still able to bargain for salary. You know, they can still go in and say, okay, well, we want a pay raise that's equal to the amount of inflation.
Yeah, it can only be right. It can't just be whatever they want. And I think the electorate has to vote for it.
I hope so.
So listen to the Senate and Assembly voted late Wednesday afternoon to take all spending measures out of the legislation, and the Senate approved it minutes later, 18-1. Republican Senator Dale Schultz cast a lone no vote. Shame on you, Dale. He voted with his conscience. Now, these guys, what they're doing is, in 30 minutes, 18 state senators undid 50 years of civil rights in Wisconsin. Their disrespect for the people of Wisconsin and their rights is an outrage that will never be forgotten, said Democrat Senate Minority Leader Mark Miller. Tonight, 18 Senate Republicans conspired to take government away from the people. Really?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. While this, Democratic patriot ran to another state and he was hiding from the police.
It was horrible.
So, tell me again how good you guys were. That's really standing up for your contingency when the first thing you do is run away from the state. There should be a recall vote immediately. All of you should be thrown out on your asses. And that was the most cowardly thing I've ever seen. Even if you know, okay, we're in the minority, we're going to take the hit, I'm going to put up a fight.
I mean, the Republicans in the federal government knew they were going to lose that health care battle, and they didn't run.
No. You still stand up and you say no.
The Democrats may put renewed energy into efforts underway to recall 8 of the Republican state senators. 6 Democrat senators are also the target of recall efforts. Well, here's the way I go on that. They were voted in to do this. They're not going to get recalled. They might be flipping out in Madison. But in Madison, I heard a woman there say half the people that are in Madison aren't even from Wisconsin.
No, because
they're all rent-a-mobs.
Yeah, they were all shipped in by MoveOn.org and those other jagoffs. They were sent in there just for the purpose of starting garbage and getting the national media. That's why Jesse Jackson's there. Jesse Jackson's there because there's a damn camera there.
Michael Moore called for war. He said this is war.
And Michael Moore's a fat jagoff.
And we're going to talk about him in a minute. But Jesse Jackson called for revolution.
He's a dumb jack.
I mean, this is the part that I do enjoy, although it turns my stomach. When these hardcore leftists get mad, when they start losing, they know they've clearly lost this. I mean, they've lost this. You can't recall the governor until he's been in a year. And by that time, you'll start seeing revenues on all this. But the way they act, it just shows, it identifies who they are when they start losing. I mean, you see them. You see them out there. A couple of them were cracking heads, using foul language, using sexual innuendos. I mean, this is really who they are. And when they start getting in a corner, as I like to say, and others like to say, the masks start to come off of these socialists. I mean,
oh yeah. Well, the thing that I think is so funny, with the Michael Moore thing, is he's a millionaire.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, and he just sued. It was one of the big film companies.
Yeah,
because he didn't get enough money.
He didn't get he sued for $2 million out of the 50 that he got that he didn't get or something like that. It was
And so that's what I want to know. How much of Michael Moore's money is going into this? How much is he giving back? How much is he paying down so that basically. What they think is, the rich people should be paying for everything. The poor, the middle class shouldn't have to pay for anything, and the country should run based on these rich people. So Michael Moore's, running out saying that's what he believes. How much money are you giving, Mike?
The thing that's so stupid.
$52 million. How much of that $52 million are you putting back into the country to help run the country? Because the rich people are supposed to do that.
The thing that I'll never understand with people like Michael Moore, people in the entertainment industry, and people in the news industry that are all pushing this left-wing socialist agenda every chance they get, I wonder how many movies Michael Moore thinks, how many controversial movies he would be able to make if they got complete control. If everything Michael Moore wanted came true, how many more movies you think he'd be able to make? You know?
I mean, the movies he makes are creatively edited. You can make anybody say anything, make anything look like anything on film. You got a decent editor, you can make it look like whatever you want to make it look like. In his last movie, he was trying to compare the healthcare in the United States to how good it is in Cuba.
Oh, ridiculous. The point I was trying to make was entertainers and media people are the first ones to get silenced. They're the first ones. Under a totalitarian regime, whether it's socialism, communism, Marxism, they're history. You remember Pravda back in the Cold War. I mean,
oh yeah,
that's what they'd turn into. There would be no movies. But anyway, let's see. This segment, I want to try to do a little bit of this is kind of a teaching moment here because it's something that really ticks me off. You'll always hear references to McCarthy and McCarthyism whenever, like for instance with Peter King. Peter King has recently commenced hearings on the radicalization of American Muslims. He's singling out, how can you not single them out when you look at the trends of violence toward Americans and everybody else that's not a Muslim or that is a Muslim by jihadists? So he's decided he wants to, after these few events that we've had with the World Trade Center the first time and then the second time, and with all the other Christmas Day bombings and the Times Square and Fort Dix and everything else being perpetrated by American Muslims or Muslims that live in America. So he wants to have hearings to find out, what's going on. How can we stop this early or whatever? And he's immediately condemned as being like McCarthy. And I just wanted to put something out to the listeners about McCarthy. This is from Walter Hudson. He's a political commentator and co-founder of Minnesota's North Star Tea Party Patriots and a whole bunch of other things. But Representative Peter King will chair a hearing Thursday on radicalization within the American Muslim community. Doing so has stirred a nest of leftist hornets. The ACLU, along with several other civil rights organizations, have warned King to refrain from examining religious beliefs. A number of threats against King have necessitated additional security, and critics are tripping over themselves to craft the most hyperbolic comparisons to Joseph McCarthy. However, such comparisons have the potential to backfire, at least among those with an accurate perception of history. The Washington Post's Ruth Marcus took a reasoned stance Wednesday. Certainly the best evidence against King is King. His manner is blustering, verging on crude. His language has been loose, crossing the border to offensive. At the same time, it is a parody of political correctness to argue that a hearing on domestic terrorism cannot focus solely on the Muslim community to be acceptable. Marcus rightly draws a distinction between the man and his argument. The same must be done with McCarthy, who, despite his methods, was completely correct regarding the infiltration of communists throughout American institutions. McCarthyism has morphed from a term that once described a specific pathology into a verbal club that is used to invoke cloture on politically correct subjects. I couldn't have said that better myself.
Yeah, basically that's the left's that's their big stick. When they want to actually, swing their big stick, the first thing is it's McCarthyism all over again.
And there was nothing wrong with it. That's the part that really just irritates me. They found straight up real Russian paid Soviet communist agents in the government. Yep.
And is it possible that there was some people that kind of got railroaded? That's possible. That's going to happen anywhere. But the fact that he was right is the bottom line, and nobody will admit to the fact that McCarthy was right. He did, he did what he said he was going to do, and he cleaned up a lot of bad stuff, and there's just nothing but more bad stuff out there.
In fact, the rightful criticism of McCarthy is that his theatrics and personal foibles ultimately thwarted a wholly necessary campaign against domestic enemies of the Constitution. Those enemies survived him. They continued their long, slow march through the institutions, affecting socialism through evolution rather than revolution. They infiltrated the schools. They infiltrated the universities. They've infiltrated the churches and other houses of worship. They engaged in community organizing to build coalitions of power with which to bring about redistributive change. Ultimately, they shaped the worldview of the sitting president of the United States. For all intents and purposes, they won. At least they beat McCarthy. It's a crying shame.
Yeah, and when you talk about, the communism and whatnot, Stalin, when he came here, he said there would never be an attack that could be launched against the United States that would be successful. He said, for them to turn us to communism, if you remember when he was banging his shoe at the UN,
Khrushchev.
It was Khrushchev, my fault. The change would come from inside.
Yep.
The change would come from within. That's exactly what they're banking on, because we're not wanting to preach to you folks. We want you to do your homework. We want you to think. I don't want, everybody says, Glenn Beck got drones, just follow him blindly. I don't want anybody to follow us blindly. No. I want you to listen to what we say and then see if you can back it up. Look for yourself. Look at everything. Look at the thing that Obama said to Joe the plumber. Well, there has to be a redistribution of wealth. That is one of the big precipices of socialism.
Yeah.
Period.
And I mean, like this thing with McCarthy. If you go out and talk to a young person, or if you're a young person listening to the program, you may have had the perception that McCarthyism was horrible and it should never happen again, and they were looking underneath tables for communists. They actually, I wish I had the guy's name, Alger Hiss. They rooted him out of the office of the president. He was like on a first name basis with Roosevelt, But Peter King now has an opportunity to expose another enemy, different but no less dangerous to the American way of life. The unholy alliance between the left and radical Islam exists because of their common enemy. Like the communists and Fabian socialists before them, Islamists see a long, slow march through American institutions in order to erode our society from within. Comparing King to McCarthy serves only to highlight the urgency of King's effort. The failures of McCarthy contributed to the rampant spread of a subversive ideology which now dominates a major political party, popular culture, and corridors of power from the State House to the White House. Islamists seek to duplicate that success, unchecked by those like King and enabled by their leftist allies. They surely will. Peter King, we wish you all the luck in the world.
Amen.
I mean, it's serious. It really is. And the only thing I can say, I try to find something good in everything. And I'm just glad, this is going to sound funny, but I'm just glad John McCain did not get elected president.
Oh, yeah, he was a rhino.
Because if John McCain would have gotten elected president, we'd be going down all these roads. We just wouldn't be going so fast.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you look at the reason McCain became the party nominee is because all the big newspapers backed him. The New York Times.
They loved him.
And all the lefty papers backed him.
Sure.
Because they knew he was around. Well, I don't think that they even wanted him to win. But they knew that Obama could beat him.
I've heard people say that he was a shill, that he was a set put in there to lose by the shakers
exactly
that
what
be.
I'm saying.
I mean, we don't have much time, but I think we're finally on the right path. I'm starting to lose a little confidence in the leaders in the House and the Senate. I mean, I just don't know. I see Mitch McConnell up there, and I see John Boehner, and I want to hope, but I just don't know. I mean, whew.
But there's still some firepower up there. Rand Paul's looking really good. He's saying the right things. Michelle
Bachmann,
Bachmann
and Jim DeMint, both of those are outstanding.
Yeah, exactly. So I haven't lost faith yet.
Well, I personally, I don't think that anybody that they're parading, the pundits are parading that they're the leaders of the Republican, effort to get the nomination. Nary one of them is the one I want.
No.
I mean, I think we have to start completely. We have to get somebody in the order of Obama was to the Democrats. We have to get somebody that can just forge everybody together and stand up, be adults, realize that what we have to do is going to be hard, level with the American people, level with each other, and say Social Security is not going to be the same way as it was.
Well, the thing is, too, the American people do things because it's hard. If we had a leader that would just stand up and say, look, stuff's going to be bad for a while. We're going to have to fight through it, and we're going to have to, but once we do, we're going to be stronger for it. The American people will get behind that.
And I mean, it might not even be better for guys like you and me, but we got to make it better for our kids.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that big of a deal. It's that big of a problem.
Absolutely. Well, that's the thing. Obama's writing checks that your grandkids are going to have to pay up on.
And I mean, you have Michael Moore out there saying that Wisconsin's not broke. Wisconsin has all kinds of money, but it's all in bank accounts, owned by these rich people. He says that's not their money. That's a national resource. He believes in a government that could go take that private money and use it for everybody else. It's ridiculous.
That is as communist as it gets.
And I mean, they're teaching this kind of thing in some schools, especially in Madison. That's where the public union stuff started.
Yeah, and that's why it's very symbolic that it's where it died, too.
Yeah. You know what? There's going to be some good stories this year. I don't know. One of the things that worries me a little bit was a story that came out this week. Handouts make up 1/3 of U.S. wages. And that's a little misleading, the way that's worded. But government payouts, including Social Security, Medicare, and unemployment insurance, make up more than 1/3 of total wages and salaries of the U.S. population. No, it is worded right. I thought it meant the employees, too.
No.
A record figure that will only increase if action isn't taken before the majority of baby boomers enter retirement. This is done by design. This is done on purpose. They would love nothing more than for large numbers of American people to be dependent on the federal government.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons, that you would hear about the single-payer system. They want to be your health care. They want to, you don't, what, you need to go to the doctor? You don't got to pay for that. We got it.
Yeah. But you know what? You're 65. You're 65, and that hip replacement, those usually don't really go that well. So here's a bottle of aspirin, and just go watch TV, and you're good.
Yeah, you might not be able to walk and get around as well as you did, but we'll give you some decent painkillers, and you'll get over it.
Even as the economy has recovered, social welfare benefits make up 35% of wages and salaries this year, up from 21% in 2000 and 10% in 1960, according to Trim Tabs Investment Research using Bureau of Economic Analysis data. That's stunning. I mean,
well, you got a couple things going on there too, Hutch. You got, number one, as in the 60s, you didn't have a whole lot of people on welfare, a whole lot of people that were just, gaming the system. And now there's generations that have been on welfare and Medicare and Medicaid and all this other stuff, all these free government programs, and they figured out how to game them.
Well, and the other thing,
they do that, why am I going to go get a job when you're going to pay me to sit on my ass?
But it starts with pride.
Exactly.
You have to live in a place, and by place I don't necessarily mean a location. But you have to be in a place in your head where you've lost hope. You have no pride. I mean, coming up in a family that's on benefits and that's all that a person has ever seen in his whole life, and possibly, parts of his neighborhood are like that also, and it's a normal thing. What a way to go, man. I mean, why wouldn't you want to dig your way out of that?
Well,
we're doing this to ourselves, too. I mean, the government's not signing that 1/3 of people up. They're asking for it. They're making it available, but I mean,
the thing is, the requirements for it, it's like, and I've said this before, I understand that there are people out there who can't work because of a disability. They
absolutely.
Whatever,
but it's not.
I can totally understand that. But the guy that is totally healthy, that there is nothing wrong with, that instead of going out and getting a job, he'll take a job cutting grass under the table so he can continue to get his stipend from the U.S. government. And that's just wrong.
It is. And I mean, that's where the pride comes in. And you have to have some pride for your fellow man, too. Some give a shit for the guy living next to you that's paying you, that's providing the money to pay you. And he gets up every day. But it's not a third. There's people that are bad, but not a third of the United States. That's just a stunning number.
Yes, it is.
Something else stunning happened in Libya, Ward, and it got your attention.
Yeah, it did. There was an explosion in Benghazi, and a lot of people don't know where that is. It's a little tiny city within Libya. And apparently, the rumor is that Gaddafi used a tactical nuke. It says a massive explosion that completely destroyed an area 3 times the size of a soccer field. Photographers who arrived at the site of the explosion Saturday saw entire buildings, cars, and trees flattened and smoldering as a result of the blast. To me, that sounds like a nuclear device.
It's possible. And the only reason I was like heads into the article when it got to, but after it got past that story, then it went into like every other thing that happened in the last 10 years was a tactical nuke. I don't know if you clicked that link and went down the rest of the story, but it was saying that the attack on the USS Cole, the Murrah building, and when it started getting into that, I mean, that was explosives. That was regular explosives that hit one point. But that thing in Benghazi.
No, that thing in Benghazi.
I mean, there was cars that were torched from the inside out.
Yeah, that definitely looked like some sort of a tactical nuke. Well, that's the bad thing, though, Hutch, is when people see, something like this, they want to get more people behind it. And to get people behind it, you say, well, that's what they used against the coal. No, they used a regular explosive against the coal. It didn't. Had they hit the coal with a nuclear device, the coal would have been gone.
And not only that, even if it was very small, that it only did the damage that it did, all those sailors would have had radiation sickness. I mean, there'd have been problems. You'd have known about it.
Yeah,
you're not going to hear about it from Libya.
Now, do I think that Gaddafi would use a nuke against his own people? Hell yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he'd pull the trigger and wouldn't even think twice about it.
And I'm not saying that it was a tactical nuke. How do we know from all the way over here? But no, they are available in the area.
And when you look at the type of damage that was done, that is indicative of a nuclear weapon.
And I mean, they don't have them all accounted for from the Soviet Union, the suitcase bombs, or I think that's what they called them, but those aren't.
Yeah, that's suitcase nukes. But they also don't have, we don't know what the hell got shipped out of Iraq before we got there.
That's true. That's absolutely true. And we'll see. I mean, we'll find out hopefully in the future. The thing that worries me about all of this, and I'm not a giant conspiracy theorist. I'm really not. But I realize that it's in big controlling government's interest to filter the information that comes out of anywhere. And so I wonder what's really going on in Japan, what's really going on with Benghazi and different things like that. When you have a media that is in the mode that it's in right now, when they are basically the propaganda arm of the Democrat National Committee, how can you possibly trust them?
Well, it's not even that. The news that you're getting out of Libya is, a lot of it is basically civilian reporters. It's, hey, I seen them do this. I seen them do that. That's one thing. But when you look at, like, what was happening in Egypt, when Mubarak initially went in, he shut everything down. There was no communication out, that whole 9 yards. They control the spin. Now, Japan, do I think that they're really controlling the spin? They may not be telling us how bad it is. Those reactors may be, we may be thinking the, IAEA, isn't that it? IAEA? Yeah. They may be saying it's a 4. The Japanese may be telling them it's a 4, and it may be a 7. We don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
because
I do.
We don't have boots. We don't have boots on the street.
That's where I'm saying it could be possible. Now, in a perfect world, the second that there was any evidence of that, it would be trumpeted. But my whole point is I could see the legacy media, the make-believe media in the United States suppressing information like that if somebody asked them to.
Oh, yeah, even if they don't. Because if the mainstream media would pick up the fact that Gaddafi's using tactical nukes against his own people, the U.S. would have to do something.
Right, exactly.
And it's like, well, and all these hippies, well, we don't want to go to war. The soldiers don't want to go to war.
You ain't lying.
No, the soldiers, that's such a common misconception is, and it's basically people that never, had to get up at Reveille and lace the boots up. They don't understand. Soldiers go to war because that's their duty. Yep. They don't go to war because they like to, because they want to, because of whatever, ignorant thing you can put in here. They go to war because that's what they signed up for. They signed up to protect the country. And if protecting the country means I got to go to Iraq, I got to go to Afghanistan, I got to go to Panama, I got to go wherever, I'm going to do it because that's what I signed up to do. I gave my word. And that's the thing that these hippies will never understand. They don't understand that is a solemn bond.
It's a check that you write that's payable with up to your ass.
Exactly. And I signed that check a long time ago, and thankfully it was never cashed. But if it had been, I would have been, Sure. It's funny, I tell this story. I was in the military when we bombed Gaddafi the first time. And I was in the basement of 9th Air Force headquarters. And 9th Air Force was the command that actually did the planning and the strategic stuff for that. And I was working in the crypto room, and a 3-star general, a 1-star general, and 4 full-bird colonels came in. The last one was the 9th Air Force commander, and he comes in and he looks at us and goes, "Get out." We left, right? Yeah. So we go back to our shop, and my boss is there, and he goes, "What are you guys doing back?" And I'm like, "Colonel threw us out of 9th Air Force." He's like, "What the hell was that for?" He said, "Well, where's your tools?" I said, "They're still there. They told me to get out. I got out. I didn't, stop to pack up nothing. I left." That night, I'm sitting on, laying in my rack watching TV, and we bombed Gaddafi. And that's what they threw us out of 9th Air Force for. That's where all the intel was coming in.
Sure.
About, what we hit.
All right, that was a good story too. We could probably cover that whole thing in another episode. But something interesting happened in Phoenix.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite feel-good stories ever.
Got to end it up with a feel-good. After we brought the gloom and doom to everybody for an hour, here comes the feel-good. Here's
the feel-good. Active David Spade. He's on that, Rules of Engagement now. He was on Just Shoot Me. He's been on a couple things. He's on Tommy Boy, whatnot. But apparently he has a soft spot for the Phoenix Police Department. So David Spade gave them 300 rifles. He stopped by the police station in his former hometown of Phoenix Monday morning to present a check for $100,000 towards the purchase of rifles for patrol officers. It says the donation helps fund a program being coordinated by Phoenix Police Chief and Public Safety Manager Jack Harris and Phoenix Law Enforcement Association President Officer Mark Spencer. He said, asking there be no fanfare or media attention, Mr. Spade called last week and said he wanted to donate $100,000 to the Phoenix Police Department towards the purchase of rifles to help keep our patrol officers and communities safe. This mutual agreement can now move ahead with momentum thanks to the generosity of Mr. Spade. I think that's awesome.
I do too. It kind of makes you want to write Michael Moore and have him fund the welfare program in Wisconsin out of his pocket. You know, he should put his money where his mouth is, like this guy.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not one of them things where that's where he lives or whatever. He grew up in Phoenix, so he says, you know, he's giving back to where he grew up, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I do too. I think that's real nice. Now, there was one thing that I forgot. You wanted to add just a little. We got a couple minutes left here. They're already spinning the tsunami and the earthquake.
Yeah.
I didn't want to let that one get away, Ward.
Yeah, it's funny because right after the earthquake and the tsunami, these, our friends on the left jumped up and said that this entire thing happened in Japan due to global warming. Now, somebody needs to explain to me how global warming can move tectonic plates. That just doesn't make sense to me.
That's everything. I'm waiting for the article to come out about how George W. Bush caused this.
Yeah, it's probably his fault. Yeah, well, maybe it's all those nuclear submarines we have that are trolling around that nobody knows about that are causing this. Well,
I mean,
they're heating up. They're superheating the ocean,
coupled with the incandescent light bulb. Now, I mean, you gotta add that in there. That's a critical deal. You know,
what's funny about that?
These people believe this stuff.
The funny thing about the whole incandescent light bulb thing, right? So in 2014, you're not going to be able to buy incandescent light bulbs anymore. You got to buy those little curly Q things. And I don't know if I've said it on this show. I've said it on other shows before. The thing is, those curly Q light bulbs are a hazard. You can't just toss them in the garbage because they have mercury in them.
But everybody does. Everybody does toss them in the garbage. I'm guilty myself.
Exactly.
You want to know? All you got to know about those light bulbs is try to read a book in a hotel.
Yeah, they're really they're not good.
They're okay once they're on for a while, but they
flicker and they have to heat up. And
yeah, I mean, I like them. I don't think I should be forced to use them because some places they don't light up light enough. It's not light enough. But at the same time, I mean, you're supposed to be doing this to help the environment, and I know.
And you're basically releasing mercury.
And the most important thing of the whole argument is they're made in China. That's the most important thing. The incandescent light bulbs were made in the United States. They just closed the last factory down in Winston, Virginia, or something. I forget where it was, but I think they're going to turn that around. Though I've heard lawmakers talking about it already.
I hope they do.
I think they should completely replace the EPA altogether, and we might get to that point. You never know.
I am a vehement enemy of the EPA. I'm also an enemy of the Department of Education.
Department of Agriculture.
Agriculture, yeah. I mean, pretty much
every department except for defense, damn near. I mean, really, when you look at it, you have to. I would urge you to go read the Constitution. You know, and if you get time, study the Federalist Papers that were papers explaining the mentality behind the Constitution. The government's too big.
Yeah.
I mean, people have grown up. There's been generations that, my entire life it's been big government.
Well, and like I said before, Jimmy Carter implemented the Department of Education. And what that is now, and I'm going to just rehash it real quick for our listeners that are just joining us, that basically what happens is I say I live in the city of Pittsburgh, so, the school district that I would support would be the city of Pittsburgh. But I have to take my check that I'd send to the district, to the city of Pittsburgh, to the city of Pittsburgh school district, and send it to Washington, where they take their cut. Then they turn around and they send whatever's left back to the school district. So, I mean, no matter how you look at it, I don't. There's nobody out there that can explain to me how this is not extortion. This is definitely. I mean, this is. It's how the mob sets stuff up.
It's a giant bureaucracy. It's a giant department, and Jimmy Carter helped us out a lot in other ways by starting the Department of Energy. That was their sole function, was to get us off of foreign oil. And we're now importing 60% of our oil from foreign countries. So they've done a real good job. See, that's the problem with the mindset of the left and some of the right too. I'm not going to let the Republicans get away with not being complicit in this, because they have for years. They have tried to toe the line, and it's not just rhinos. The ones that are hardcore leftists like Arlen Specter, but some of the other ones. They voted for increases in budgets and things like that, but it's too big. I mean, these places, these departments, it's unreal. I mean, it really is. And I think,
you know what I'd really love to see? I'd love to see Christie come out and go, you know what, I'm going to run for president.
See, I don't know about Christie and I'll tell you why. I agree with him 100% with the unions, but if you look deeper, I think he's not for the Second Amendment. I think he's pro-death.
No. He's definitely for the Second Amendment. He just pardoned that guy that got. Oh yeah, there was a guy that got arrested, and they were going to send him to jail for 15 years because he brought a handgun that he had registered in Colorado. He moved to New Jersey, and as he was, moving his stuff in, cops bust him, find the gun. They're going to send him to jail for 14 years.
All right. Well, let's do this, Ward. Between this show, and I have reserves next week, so I'll let you know, if I'm even going to be able to do a show. I'm on the road all week next week, but I'm going to try to. But let's try and get some information on Christie, because I don't have enough. Okay. I know what he does with the unions, and I like that.
Well, it's not just the unions. It's pragmatic. He's just like, look, we only take in X number of dollars. We can't spend twice that.
Right, but that's only one issue. You know what I mean? As far as being the president.
The budget. Right now, that's what we need. We need somebody to get their arms around this budget we got. Start cutting departments. Get rid of the Department of Energy. Get rid of the EPA. Get rid of the school board. And then, start from scratch. If that's what it takes for us to save money, for us to drop the deficit, do it.
Yeah, not just drop the deficit, to get our whole way we are governed back in order.
Yeah.
I mean, it needs to go back. I would submit that Christie is the kind of person that we need at the state level, because to me, the state level should be the strong point. I think
maybe that's what we do. We figure out how to clone him.
I don't know about this Corbett guy either. I haven't heard anything about Corbett. I mean, I haven't heard his name mentioned. He has a budget-busting budget.
Yeah.
I mean, he does.
There's a lot of people. A lot of people are pissed about his budget because he went after some stuff.
I'll tell you what, that school budget, the last time I looked, which was 5 or 6 years ago, was $4 billion, and that was not for special education. That was just for normal education. $4 billion.
He cut a bunch of that. I don't think that he was along the lines of Wisconsin, where he went after the unions or whatever, went after collective bargaining, but he did cut a lot of their budget.
He did.
Now we're going to see how they play when they don't have as much money.
And I'd like to see the Marcellus Shale, and he seems to be friendly on that. He did not tax that. And I don't necessarily know if that shouldn't be taxed. I don't know. But I want it to be exploited, regardless of whether it's taxed or not.
It's funny because I want to go to all these, demonstrations that they're having I don't know if you've been keeping up with this at all. They've been having these demonstrations around the city where people were, well, around Pennsylvania, it's not just the city, where people were complaining about the Marcellus, shale, and they shouldn't be drilling and blah, 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 blah. And I'd like to go and just grab one of those guys and go, you don't want us to drill? No. Okay, fine. Let's shut off the gas to your house.
I know. It's like, how can so many people,
for one winter,
how can so many people be so ignorant? I mean, when you look at, if we could have only modernized the steel industry instead of letting it go away the way it did, I mean, it was ugly. You got to admit, it was nasty.
Oh, yeah.
It was bad. But just sending it overseas wasn't the answer.
No.
I mean, that was a shame.
Sending all of our manufacturing overseas wasn't the answer.
That is redistribution of wealth. Yep. That is the plan. That's why that industry got moved over there. That was done by design also.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's all manufacturing. What's really manufactured in the United States anymore?
Well, there's some, but it's not where it needs to be.
No, it's nowhere near where it needs to be.
And people will tell you that it's up and everything else. Well, show me.
Yeah, we're too dependent on other people,
specifically
other
China.
We should be dependent upon ourselves.
I agree.
First.
Ladies and gentlemen, another great episode. Did you have one more thing? Sorry, Ward.
No. Go ahead.
We appreciate you coming along with us for the ride. You can call the show 412-254-3750. Leave a voicemail. We will play it on the next episode if it's worthy. What's the email? Steel City
SteelCityResistance@gmail.com.
Send us some love. We'll talk about your email on the show. I
want to give a shout out real quick to the 5 people that are in the chat room, or they're in the live stream that are watching us. You can watch us live at Ustream. We'll put a link to our Ustream page on our website so that you can get there real quick.
There you go.
But we really appreciate the folks that are hanging out with us in the chat room during the show.
And if you watch the stream, you can see this is a smoker-friendly bunker. So it's the way that is. Go to the Restoring America Summit and Rally coming up on the the 29th of March at 9 a.m. And then there's from 7 to 9, there's an evening program. You call them up at 412-331-5160, extension 311, and get some more details. Join the Freedom Connector, and then go join Steel City Resistance once you get to the Freedom Connector, and we'll let you know what's going on there. We're going to have to work on that thing on the link as far as the stream. We'll do that in between now and the next show, so we can get some more people in the chat room. That's pretty much all I got, Ward. I appreciate the conversation.
Same here, my man.
Okay, talk to you next time.
Take it easy.
You're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of Cold War Radio. You can listen live 8 p.m. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was episode 11 of Steel City Resistance. You're here on WHBJ. I'm your host, Hutch Bailey Jr. We're out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Digital Talk. Another episode with Ward Miller and myself from 2011 coming up next. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Captain, a most curious development on scanner 5-7.
Let's all take a look at it, Mr. Swan.
Screen on, Captain.
But I am, of course, the dynamic there in terms of geopolitics and the war in the Middle East is very different than people expressing their First Amendment right to protest.
Well, yes, but I also think that what people are starting to see, at least in the occupation of Palestine, is just an increasing crisis of humanitarian condition. And that, to me, is just where I tend to come from on this issue.
You use the term the occupation of Palestine. What did you mean by that?
I think what I meant is like the settlements that are increasing in some of these areas and places where Palestinians are experiencing difficulty in access to their housing and homes.
Do you think you can expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd also just, I am not the expert on geopolitics on this issue.
I will destroy it. Fire phasers. Check off. Take us out of orbit. Warp factor 2 and hurry.
Would you like to voice your patriotism without the threat of being censored or shadow banned? Would you like to contribute to wounded veterans but don't know how? Would you like to communicate with like-minded conservatives without being trolled? If you answered yes, then Red Elephant, rdelephant.com is for you. Red Elephant is the new social media platform that will not censor or shadow ban you, and a portion of your sign-up fee goes directly to the Wounded Warriors Project. rdelephant.com.
A sequel to a historic summit. I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. President Trump gearing up for another high-stakes meeting with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The two will get together in Vietnam this week.
The North Koreans will likely ask the U.S. to lift some of the sanctions that have been crippling their economy, while the U.S. will likely demand specific steps towards denuclearization first, with deadlines and a verification mechanism. But President Trump says he's willing to be patient.
Fox's Kirsten Fisher in Hanoi. The House set to vote Tuesday on a resolution disapproving of President Trump's emergency declaration to build a border wall.
Right now, it looks as if the Democrats do have the votes in the House. They already have 220 Democrats signing on to the resolution, so it probably will pass the House.
Republican Congressman Peter King on Fox News.
I will vote against it. I'm not necessarily enthusiastic about what the president is doing, but he has the right to do it legally, and he is the commander-in-chief, and he is going to be using defense funds to defend the border.
The resolution faces a tougher road in the GOP-led Senate, President Trump promising to veto the measure. Quite a jump at the gas pumps.
Gasoline prices have been rising for 6 weeks. In the past 2 weeks, we have most of that rise, a dime, to the average $2.44 for regular grade. And throughout the 6-week period, what gasoline has done is move penny for penny with the price of crude oil.
Industry analyst Trilby Lundberg monitors prices nationwide. Federal authorities investigating a cargo plane crash in Texas that killed all 3 crew members on board.
While the aircraft was approximately 6,000 feet at a speed of 240 knots, communications was lost with the aircraft, as was radar contact.
NTSB Chairman Robert Sumwalt says the crew did not send a distress call before the Boeing jet went down near Houston. You're listening to Fox News. U.S. officials planning to keep up pressure on Venezuela's disputed president until he steps down. Forces loyal to Nicolas Maduro violently blocked humanitarian aid from getting into the country.
What's happened there is a tragedy. There were 5 or 6 or 8 killed yesterday, but there have been hundreds and hundreds killed from starvation over the past weeks and months. Millions of people having to flee their homes. 3 million people have had to leave, 10% of the Venezuelan population.
Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on Fox News Sunday. Pope Francis wrapping up a historic summit on clergy sexual abuse with a vow to confront abusers and stop the cover-ups.
Reaction from victims was mixed.
I think that we've shown that how important the voice of survivors is.
4 days to come up with a piece of paper, to come up with a series of banal responses.
Victims also say they're more cautious about the mere uptick in language about combating abuse and want more action, like sanctions and zero tolerance. While church leaders say the concrete work of this summit has just begun.
Fox's Lauren Green in Rome. Deadly weather in the Deep South.
A tornado touched down in Columbus, Mississippi last night, killing a 41-year-old woman when the building she was inside of collapsed. Roads were left impassable and streets were covered in fallen trees and debris. A Pentecostal church was destroyed, and a car dealership owner also reported that the windows had been blown out of several of his cars. Now many are left without power. In Burnsville, Mississippi, a second tornado was reported, and there was also an EF0 confirmed in Alabama.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. Meanwhile, authorities rescued dozens of people stranded by a blizzard in Minnesota. And in Wisconsin, one person was killed and several injured in a highway pileup involving more than 100 cars. School's out again in Oakland as teachers plan to strike for a third day. Union officials saying talks ended today with no resolution on issues including salary and class sizes. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
One America News Network, your leading source for the latest breaking national and international news. With nearly 4 times as many headlines as the other networks. Straight news, no speculation, no opinion, just the facts. Complete coverage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. One America News Network, your source for credible news.
Next tape, please.
Spectroanalysis tape, sir.
Thank you.
I was taking notes. I was taking notes.
As we have St. Patrick's Day lunch, we can have a moment of what?
One more. Speaking of the arts, Kim Jong-un's been celebrating their ICBM launch with some cultural performances. I just wondered, you live in...
The investigation that what are we calling now? Special Counsel Mueller.
It's beginning.
Our goals have been to increase lower cost, improve benefits, and expand. Haven't seen a budget. We've seen what do they call it? An outline, blueprint, Minnie Mouse budget. I don't know.
Almost as though they were irrational, drugged.
Congresswoman Beatty is on the Financial Services Committee, and they had issues of mutual concern.
Not even a theory, gentlemen?
Director of National Intelligence or the NRA person that they should not. It raises questions that need to be answered in a.
Definitely not drugs or intoxication.
It is afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm honored this morning, or now afternoon.
Could be some form of space madness we've never heard of. But it would have to be caused by something.
Went into the meeting, it was 2 of us and 5 of them, or so, the president, the vice president, and 4, Mitch, Republican leader, the speaker, the majority leader, and...
Have the department heads meet me on the bridge. Mr. Sulu, prepare to move in on the Romulan vessel. Ship-to-ship, Uhura. Put this on the screen.
Hailing frequencies open, sir.
Be claiming my time. 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 Be claiming my time.
You're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of Cold War Radio. You can listen live 8 p.m. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk. Let's get into Steel City Resistance, SCR. Number 12, ladies and gentlemen, going back. This is the weekend review. WHBJ. Take it away, Hutchin Ward.
I thought we were the protectors of truth. Democrats, Republicans, you all lie. We, a small band of survivors, are on our way to the Steel City to find the resistance. Join us.
Welcome to the Steel City Resistance with Senior Airman Ward Miller and the ironclad voice of Pittsburgh, Hutch Jr., laying down verbal C4 to blow away the lies and the political tomfoolery. Your papers have been cleared. Welcome to the Steel City Resistance.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Hutch Jr. from Brookline in the city of Pittsburgh in the bunker. This is SCR episode 12.
Yeah, and I'm Ward Miller from the Greenfield side of Pittsburgh. I'm in the Fortress of Solitude, and we're ready to rock and roll.
Here we go. As usual, there's going to be more information and stories and analysis than there is time, so we might as well get right to it after a couple brief notes. I want to thank Buyer Brown for that outstanding intro. And I'd also like to thank all the people from Freedom Connector that are connected to the Steel City Resistance and listening to the program.
Absolutely. Really, I mean, without the listeners and the followers and the whatnot and all the help we've gotten from Buyer and other people, that's what makes this show work. You know, it's everybody's getting involved and everybody's getting behind it, and we're rocking, and, you know,
yeah,
I just want to say thank you.
If there wasn't feedback, we wouldn't come back. I mean, if nobody's downloading the show, I mean, we're not a huge target market yet, but we're getting there. And we just like to appreciate we have listeners from around the globe. I think we have a couple from Russia, a couple from Great Britain, and some singles in a whole lot of other countries. We appreciate that. We love some feedback, too. If you could send the show an email, steelcityresistance@gmail.com. That'd really make our day, and I guarantee you get on the program.
Oh, absolutely.
We have to get busy because there's some things happening right now, and I have to editorialize a little bit. I mean, Ward, some of the things that are going on right now, if they happened a year ago, I mean, today I was driving home from work, and I just started thinking, I feel like I'm like Alice in Wonderland here. I mean, things are happening that never happened before in this country. And I mean, and I'll just start out before we get into the meat and potatoes of the program and of this issue. French jets are taking the lead in the Middle East.
Yeah, that's one of the bad parts about this whole situation is because Obama refused to get in front of this thing that was going on in Libya. Once again, he didn't back the people there the same as he did in Egypt, and he was so wishy-washy that, you know, now that tells you how bad it is. The French finally stepped up and said, look, if you're not going to do something, we're going to do something.
I mean, they had to take them out of mothballs. These things couldn't have been sortied. I mean, have you ever even heard of a French jet?
Not one that hasn't surrendered.
You know what I mean? It's like the French and the English are taking the lead, and the spectator-in-chief
and the Canadians. The Canadians are involved.
And we're like providing logistical support. I mean, now don't get me wrong here. I'm not a warmonger. But there's a international crisis going on, and I'm just wondering, you know, where is the leader of the free world? Is he Sarkozy?
Yeah, the position that Sarkozy took is the position that's usually held by the president of the United States.
My God,
our president doesn't have the guts to stand up. I mean, the thing is, it took another 2 weeks. Had it been 2 weeks ago, and Sarkozy would have taken over, or Obama would have stepped up and said something. Even if he didn't say we're sending troops, if he would have said, look, the resistance or whatever you want to call them, the guys that are standing up to Gaddafi, if they would have said, hey, look, we're behind you. If not, you know, in you know, physically being there, we're there in spirit. I mean, just something like that.
Anything. I mean, and you could say what you want about the lady, but on February 26th, Sarah Palin brought forth the plan that's occurring right now, except it would have been us that did the no-fly zone. And I'm not such a big... I could understand conferring with the Arab League, but I don't have any time for the United Nations. I don't care what the United Nations says. And exactly. I think we should withdraw from the United Nations. But
I've said that a million times.
But when I saw those rebels starting to get strafed, asking, where's Obama, where's America, that's when I threw my hat in the ring. That tugged at my heartstring right there. And for us to sit back the way we did, and just the events of the last week, the culmination of events. I mean, it was, you know, President Obama in the middle of the afternoon, or I think it was in the afternoon, but he gives his first conciliatory words to the people of Japan as he is picking his Sweet 16. You know, that's just, it was something out of a comic book.
Yeah, and then that was before or after he went out on the golf course.
Right, he went golfing immediately. I know. It's just somebody called him the spectator-in-chief, Newt Gingrich did, and I thought that was a perfect analogy. I mean...
yeah, absolutely, because, I mean, really, you think about it, you know, I understand that there's not a lot we can do in Japan, all right? And as much as I'd say I'd love to be able to help these people, there's not a lot we can do, all right? It's clean up. You know, we can send some troops in to help clean up, you know, and the radioactive thing, you know, with those reactors going, you know, there's not a whole lot we can do about that, you know, but at least you tell, you know, you're one of your biggest allies.
And one of the world's largest economies, because that's the real story.
Yeah, because they own most of our debt.
They're already shutting down GM plants down south because they can't get repair parts from Japan. I mean, American GM plants are closing. I mean, they could have sent, I don't know, like in the first couple days, if they would have sent an aircraft carrier in there, at least they have the capability to generate 400,000 gallons of water a day, potable water. You know, and they have almost unlimited electrical power from their reactors. So we could have helped with the infrastructure a little bit, but it just seems like we're always a day late and a dollar short. And I mean, the newly installed tandem of White House Chief of Staff William Daley and Senior Advisor David Plouffe was supposed to bring a new sense of discipline, you know, and it just
it's basically like Obama's a frat boy.
It's definitely. I mean, the thing about it, here's the real bad part about it. If the United States legacy media would have done one iota of their job, we could have foreseen all of this, because when he was a senator, even when he was a state senator, he voted present like 75% of the time or something. And that's what he's doing now.
Yeah.
I mean,
because he's not taking a stance. See, and that's the thing where he came out and said, "Yeah, we are going to, we're going to aid France in this endeavor, but we're not going to send any troops."
I mean,
but my thing is, if I'm not that I'm saying that we should have troops, deployed in Libya by any stretch of the imagination, but if you give them the threat that, our goal is to get for a regime change. So we're going to start bombing you. This is, very similar to shock and awe. This is how we run. This is how we do things. We bomb you into submission, then we send the troops in to clean up. And that's what we should have been saying. That's what he should have, at least alluded to.
I mean,
instead of, we're going to bomb you, but we ain't going to do anything other than that.
2 weeks ago, he should have been able to look out his window and seen an aircraft carrier off the coast, because all these disputed cities are on the coast. And
apparently there's 3 subs there, and they're 3 of our subs there, and they're launching Tomahawk missiles as we speak.
Well, there it is. I mean, you have to. That's something that they reiterated it on Fox News quite a few times, that a no-fly zone is not just something you turn a switch on. You got to cancel out the SAM missiles first.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to blow up their radar sites for their radar-guided missiles. But
go ahead.
No, go ahead. You have the breaking news. I was at work all day.
As of right now, American forces have launched 112 cruise missiles against Libya's air defense as Libyan strongman Muammar al-Gaddafi vows to turn the Mediterranean Sea into the real battlefield.
Let's go. See, the thing about it is that our Marine Corps and our Army are a little tired. But this is a situation where the Navy and the Air Force can kick their ass.
We're going to find them.
We don't necessarily. This isn't like Iraq. Okay, it's not a. This is a desert. There's no trees here. You know what I mean? There's nothing to hide under. So we know where everything is.
Yeah, we could whomp them. I mean, real good. I mean, but I agree with you. I never thought that there should be a boots on the field type thing with Libya, but all the ex-military guys that they've interviewed, for example, Ollie North, Colonel Cowan, they all said the same thing. Why would you tell them what you're going to do?
Oh no, that was amateurish. I mean, that was amateurish at best.
Well, and not only that, when Hillary did her press conference after, because there was a big conference in France that brought all this coalition together. And once they got the coalition together, they said, okay, we're going to go and, basically create the no-fly zone. Hillary had a press conference after the fact, and she reiterated that, as President Obama said, we will not be using ground troops in Libya.
See, now how can this is the part that gets me.
Well, she's throwing him under the bus.
I mean, but you can't say that as a Secretary of State. You don't know, unless you're going to completely handcuff the commanders, which they may have done. There's SEALs and Army Rangers and everything else on those subs, guaranteed, no question.
Yeah. We could raise, and you send SEAL Team 6 in there, and they just raise hell that Gaddafi could not even imagine.
There's probably CIA agents on those subs. But let's just let's recap what happened in this Alice in Wonderland week here, as the rest of the Middle East, besides Libya, is still burning, as we are engaged in Afghanistan, semi-engaged in Iraq. Japan has 5 nuclear emergencies and a freaking population sleeping outside when it's freezing out. Second or third largest economy in the world. So large that the price of oil is decreasing because speculators are foreseeing much less usage in Japan, and all you have to do is look at a couple pictures of the thousands of cars piled up to know why, other than the fact of their industry and whatnot, heating oil and things. But let's see what happened. We're told that I have to give a little caveat here. This is from 15 March. We get on these stories right away, ladies and gentlemen. We don't wait. But as Japan's nuclear crisis enters a potentially catastrophic phase, we are told that Obama is videotaping his NCAA tournament picks, and we know because it was on CNN. He made his 61st outing to the golf course as president and got back to the White House with just enough time for a quick shower before heading out to party with Washington's elite journalists at the annual Gridiron Dinner. With various urgencies swirling about him, Saturday's weekly videotape presidential address, focusing on Women's History Month, seemed bizarrely out of touch. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. If there was ever a time for an American president to be on the scene, it was this week. There was other things, a conference on bullying, not a bad idea, but just not leader of the free world material, not in a situation like this. I mean, this is,
No, there's times, okay, for example, he took the time to honor the 2010 Stanley Cup champions, the Chicago Blackhawks. While I think it's a good thing that the Blackhawks got to go to the White House and et cetera, they won the Stanley Cup almost a year ago. Okay? They put it off this long. I think that they would understand, hey, matters of the state take a little more importance than the photo op. You know what I mean?
It's bizarre.
So, and the fact that he's in South America, while this thing is going on. Now, I understand logistics and whatnot, and this trip may have been planned for some time, and it was, it's really expensive to get, support down there and get the security and all that stuff. But exactly when do you say, I'm going to have to cancel this trip? What exactly has to happen in the world that the President of the United States would not take a trip? In fact, I'm totally shocked that he, that he's went to Brazil this week because he missed Carnival by a week.
I mean, how do you send your country into a third front, not counting Mexico, which should be considered one, a third hostile territory front, and go to South America? How do you do that? How does your morality allow you to do that? That's the thing that's got me. I mean, I really, this week's been a rough one for me trying to understand this, trying to get my arms around it. I mean, it really has. I mean,
well, that's the thing, Hutch. You can't try and wrap your head around this guy because it just won't work. In Obama world, 2 and 2 equals 7, because none of this stuff makes sense. It's one of them things where I really don't care who his Sweet 16 pick is. I really don't care, that he's working on swinging his golf club. He was elected. Did I vote for him? No, I did not. However, the president, who was duly elected, isn't doing the job.
And I mean, other things happened this week too. It was just like nothing was going on. I mean, the Taoiseach of Ireland was in town to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. And I mean, incidentally, there's some developments in Brazil. There was massive protesting to the point where he had to cancel a public address and move it into an auditorium. And they actually threw Molotov cocktails. I shouldn't say tails. I heard of one at the consulate. So it's not and the part I don't understand is that some of them were union people. Don't they watch the news or?
Yeah, they don't understand that he's their shill.
And the thing is, also, I mean, we have all these international situations, but we also have a ton of crushing national security threatening debt that we're not even dealing with. I mean, this is just going off the hook here.
What I want to know is what he plans on doing, because Japan's been buying up a ton of our debt lately.
I think they're the number one holder of it. I don't think China is. I think China's number 2, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure Japan's number 1. But now the fact that they're going to be broke, they're hurting.
They're going to be saying, "Hey, give us our money back."
So anyway, we're praying for the successful outcome, whatever that is. I mean, that's changed too. I mean, there's some information floating around out there that Cass Sunstein and the crew had a program going on since 2009 See, Muammar Gaddafi is a big open societies guy, George Soros type thinker, if he can even think that deep. But there was a program, and I'm going to have to look into this a little bit more. I just feel the need to say something about it because it makes this seem a little bit more, oh, that's why. But there was a program to cleanse or scrub Gaddafi's image, some of his czars. Cass Sunstein is the regulatory czar. And some information was uncovered that there was actually a program that was ongoing to clean this guy's image up to try to, I don't know what for. I mean, you have to use your imagination or we'll have to do a little bit more analysis. But 36 days we waited. I mean, unbelievable.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. Right after we attacked Iraq and we knocked them down, you know, that was supposed to be the third largest army in the world. And we walked through them in 30 days. And right after that's when Gaddafi says, oh, here's our weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, Gaddafi doesn't have any guts. He's in a hole right now.
Well, I think that's what he did. And he was trying to change the perception of him by doing that. Here's our weapons of mass destruction. We're willing to play along. We don't, you know, they didn't want any part of us. But then
120 cruise missiles later, they probably don't now either.
No, they really don't. But in fact, his press release or the statement he made right after all this started was they want the coalition wants to get crazy. We'll show them crazy. Now, when Muammar Gaddafi says, I'm going to show you crazy, you're going to see crazy because this dude is out of his freaking mind.
Oh, yeah.
He'll carpet bomb his own people. He has mustard gas. It's a known fact. He has mustard gas, and to deliver mustard gas, he can use artillery shells. He doesn't need any, he doesn't need to drop them from airplanes. So the no-fly zone is great in theory, but if he takes, some artillery rounds, loads it up with mustard gas, and lobs it, we can't stop it.
No, but we could drop protective masks.
I mean, yeah, we could do that. I mean, there's humanitarian efforts that we could do, but the problem that I see is what we can do, humanitarianly, isn't the same as what we can do. They imply that if we impose this no-fly zone, that's going to solve all the problems. And it's not even going to be close because, Gaddafi got tanks. He's got armored personnel carriers. He's got all this, advanced. I mean, it's not like we're fighting guys with ox carts.
No, that's true.
You know what I mean?
But it's a finite number of these types of things. And that's the way these nations are. They don't want to build the military up so big that it can stage a coup. I mean, what they're doing is, I would submit, I don't know much about the French Air Force. I do know a little bit about the British Air Force. It's very weak now, I mean, numbers-wise because of cutbacks, but the equipment is outstanding. And I would think that they are.
And I think that's what the Canadians use too. They use British aircraft.
But
because the Canadians are involved in this too.
If they've fired 120 cruise missiles, they have significantly degraded Colonel Gaddafi's brigade or whatever. I mean, he's only a colonel, so I figure he's got a brigade. That's a brigade commander, But
no, but over there, I guess the colonel's God.
Well, the thing is,
maybe general doesn't sound good because he's the supreme commander.
Yeah, but I would say they're not just. He probably doesn't have 120 air defense sites. That's a lot of sites.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they're killing everything that moves. I would imagine anything that's his hardware. Well, artillery pieces included.
I think that's also part of that was Horner's move during the first Gulf War, is he'd launch a cruise missile across, basically shoot it across the bow.
Right.
All right.
So you can actually, ladies and gentlemen, just incidentally, cruise missiles fly with the terrain, and they fly under the radar, and they fly slow enough that you can see them.
Oh, yeah. But what he did was he launched them, and he had them fly higher so that the radars would pick them up.
Okay.
And as the radars are lighting up on them, and saying, as the radars light up on them, they have an AWACS up there that's just pinpointing, okay, there's a radar space, there's a radar space, there's a radar space. Then come in with the Nighthawks or another cruise missile and just goes, boom, it's gone.
Well, they light it up with a laser beam.
Yeah.
There's a couple different ways.
You get them to light themselves up so they say, here I am. All right, there we're going. So it's not the same as, if you remember the videos of the first Iraq war, even the second one, they had the big ACAC guns and they're just shooting up in the sky. Basically they're hoping that a plane flies into it.
That's what it is. You're putting a wall of lead up.
Yeah. That's what it is. And that technology's, so far wasted on our Air Force.
Right.
Or any of our, I don't want to just say the Air Force, because I'm sure that there's Marine aircraft up there. I'm sure that there's Navy aircraft up there. It's not just the Air Force, but they can fly the Air Force out of, United Arab Emirates. We have bases there. We have a base in Bahrain.
Insular Turkey.
Yeah, we're all around there. So, it's not a big commute for us to send any of our our badass aircraft in there. So, and being an ex-Air Force, I'm more adept at what the Air Force does and less of what, because the Army tactics and whatnot have changed so much since I was in, so I can speak to, what the Air Force did more than I can what the Army's doing.
I wish they'd put some more comfortable bench seats in those C-130s, I'll tell you that.
You don't like the jump seat?
Those things will put your ass asleep right now.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you're on it for a long time. Anyway, so this should give us some hopefully good material for next week's show. We're going to be all over this. It's just, I still haven't come to grips with it yet, though.
Yeah, it's one of them things where no matter what comes out, there's no way that you can justify the position that the United States Commander-in-Chief took during a time of, we'll leave Japan out of this. All right? Because there's not a whole lot we can do. We can send humanitarian aid, okay, but there's not a whole lot we can do. This thing in Libya, all right, the fact that we sat back and waited for the UN to say, you know what, a no-fly rule might be a good idea. And even after they said, we'll approve a no-fly zone, it was like crickets. Why didn't the president jump in and say, okay, we'll enforce that?
You can tell how bad it was and what a rookie Obama is, unless it was even more insidious than that, like I said, when you see Hillary Clinton getting ready to quit. Because even Hillary Clinton knew the deal. And our libertarian friends aren't going to agree with this, but to me, when there's a guy like Gaddafi who already knocked one of our passenger airliners out of the sky, and you got rebels trying to, take this guy out, and they're asking for American help, we got to help them. I don't think I'm like you. I don't think we should have any further involvement than breaking his shit. After we break all his stuff, then I don't care if he leaves or not. But then at least the people will have an equal footing.
Yeah, you make it a fair fight.
Right. And anyway, we'll see what happens on that. Any final thoughts on that situation, Ward?
No, I agree with you, Hutch. This is still more or less a breaking story because, after next week, we're going to find out exactly, of course, they're going to give us the BDA, which is bomb damage assessment, and we'll be able to say, okay, what's the next step? And we'll see what he's done between then and now. Because he's trying to paint himself out of the corner, which doesn't make sense, because he's like, well, now, because of what he's already said, we're not going to send troops in. If it comes to the point where we have to send troops in, he's a liar.
And another thing this could be also, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with it, with the Middle East ending up in what could potentially be a caliphate this might be a timely show of force right here. I mean, one of the things about the desert, it's different than everywhere else. You're either good or you're dead in the desert. There's no middle ground. You know, there's a potential right now, even though I'm not familiar with the military infrastructure in Libya. I don't think it's immense. I mean, if you had underground bunkers and things of that nature, I'm talking about serious bunkers that you can put like jets in, you know, or something like that. We can kill everything. I mean, it's just a systematic thing, you know, and it's, I think we have the potential to do that. I mean, but I don't know. We're going to have to see.
Yeah. Like you said, I hope that we can just put the rebels down there on an equal ground and let the people, you know, decide what direction they want their country in. If the rebels decide, okay, we're going to roll over and play dead, you know, it is what it is. But that's another sore point, is because 2 weeks ago, when the rebels looked like they had a chance, we should have stepped in at that point and start helping them.
I agree. A lot of people died that didn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, they had gotten it to where there was the only place that there was a, you know, resistant stronghold was Benghazi, and that was it. I mean, they had already squashed all the uprisings in every other town except Benghazi. And yesterday, Gaddafi said, "Okay, well, we're going to put up a, you know, we're going to," right after the UN announced the no-fly zone, Gaddafi announced a ceasefire, and then, you know, right after he announced that ceasefire, he attacked Benghazi.
Yeah, that was something. He turned right around. Moving to another disturbing story in the Middle East. On Saturday last week, a man broke into the home of an Israeli settler family and murdered them all with a knife. There were 3 children in the home, including an infant girl. A 3-year-old boy still had a pulse when rescuers arrived, but could not be resuscitated. Israel announced it was looking for the terrorist responsible and began a major house-to-house search for the perpetrator. CNN covered the attack, but refused to call this grisly crime what it was. The headline was, "Israeli family of 5 killed in terror attack," military says.
Yeah, but the thing that they took umbrage was the fact that they put terror attack in quotes.
Right.
Like, you know, and that's garbage. CNN pisses me off. And they have for a long time. And all this shit started in 2001 when they refused to call those jackasses who flew planes into the World Trade Center terrorists.
It's horrible. And I mean,
they were alleged terrorists. No, they didn't allege shit. They ran a plane into a freaking building and killed 3,000 of our citizens. And you can't call them terrorists? You can't call them jihadists?
Well, you look at what happened after the fact. I mean, first of all, how do you stab an infant baby is something that, I mean, how does your humanity, for religious purposes, allow you to do that? But you have to imagine the guy doing this. Stabbing is not like it is in the movies. When you stab people, huge amounts of blood are everywhere. Just disgusting, gurgling sounds are going on. I mean, this is a horrific, horrific thing. And for you to stab 5 people and you're one person, 4 people have to wait while you're stabbing the first person.
Yeah, but the I guess the thing behind the story, though, is, Hutch, that the Israeli government is demanding an apology.
Absolutely, and they deserve one. And
this is one of them things that I've said since the beginning of us doing the show together. I call a pig a pig. If it's a terrorist attack, it's a terrorist attack. When you go in and murder 5 people in their sleep, that's a terrorist attack.
And not only that, but afterwards, when the Palestinians in the neighborhood hear about it, they start partying.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you saw that part of the story, but they were passing cookies and stuff out. It was like a joyous, festival atmosphere.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the same thing they did after 9/11.
It's unbelievable, man. I mean, this is just disgusting. Yeah, I hope they get their apology. Don't hold your breath.
Yeah. CNN's always been the communist news network, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, one of your heroes, Ward, I think he's one of your heroes, has a problem with the Justice Department.
Damn right. He's one of my heroes. It's Uncle Ted Nugent.
He's one of mine, too.
Apparently, Eric Holder, the as Ted calls it, the head of the Department of Injustice, he's kind of done a ugly, blatant, defining racist move. Mr. Holder is forcing the city of Dayton, Ohio, to lower the passing threshold on tests of those wanting to be police officers because not enough black recruits are passing the exam. All right? So, that being said, instead of attracting the best and the brightest to serve the public, Mr. Holder will now ensure the good residents of Dayton that they will be protected by dunce cops who score equivalent to a D or an F on the entrance exam.
It's like 50%. It's like, isn't it? It's like really low, man. It went from 63, which, I mean, even in the United States Army, a 70 is the minimum for passing any test.
Well, the thing that gets me is if I was a black guy and they're saying we have to lower the score results so we can get more black people in here, if I was a black guy, I'd take umbrage to that and say, hey, wait a second.
So would I.
You know, why is it that I'm a dumb guy? You know, why is it that, you know, all you're saying is
that they can't do it.
People can't pass this test.
And the thing is, it's something that's not...
I'm sure that there's a black guy that can pass the test. All you're saying is, I demand the better guys take the test and pass.
Right. I mean, and something that's not in this specific story. I've been following this, and right after this came out, right after it broke, the local chapter president of the NAACP came out vehemently against this. He came out and he said, this is wrong. There's no way that we should put up with this. You know, that this is unacceptable. And the next day, the communists in the national NAACP shut him down.
Yeah, of course they did.
I mean, the guy was talking common sense, and they just, nope, doesn't fit our bill.
But what I'd like to know is, you know, why the federal government, the Department of Justice, is getting involved with the city of Dayton's exam standards.
That was my first thought. Before any of the rest of the details of the story is, who do they think they are?
Yeah, I mean, now, and the thing is, it's not even an Ohio thing. It's not even the state of Ohio. They're saying, well, we recommend these standards or whatever. They went to Dayton, Ohio, to that specific city. Now, you know, that's kind of weird. There's other things that should be on the Department of Justice's radar. I don't know, like fixing the fucking border.
Or maybe the new Black Panther Party at polling places.
Yeah, maybe that should be something that they're looking into instead of, you know, the city of Dayton's hiring ability.
This guy, I can't believe that he is still, I cannot believe that he has not been fired or impeached or whatever you do with guys like that. I mean, this guy is just so, from the very first day, calling America a nation of cowards. It's just been nonstop with this office and this guy. I mean, unbelievable. Some of the statements that he's made just don't jive with what needs to happen here.
No, and I think that the citizens of Dayton should stand up and demand his resignation, because what he's doing is saying that, number one, you don't got enough black people there that are smart enough to pass the test. So instead of us hiring the people that do pass the test, I don't think that race should come into it.
Not a bit. And I mean, to the extent where the guy's name ought to be a set of numbers, or, you know, the information, they shouldn't even, and I'm sure that is the way they administer it.
And I'd hope that would be.
But it doesn't matter.
I know that at one time in the city of Pittsburgh, that was the hiring practice. That when they'd hire you, they'd hire one white male, one black male, one white female, one black female for all the, firefighter, police department jobs, right?
And I mean, if it's commensurate with the percentage of the population, it's fine as long as they all freaking pass the test.
Well, yeah, and that was the thing, because in fact, one of my friends, a kid I grew up with, ended up suing the city for that. Because he sued for reverse discrimination.
I think it should be merit. It should be merit based.
Absolutely, I don't think that your physical appearance should come into play. If you can take the test, you pass the written test, you pass the physical test, everything's good. It doesn't matter what color you are.
Right. I mean, I would encourage members of all the communities that are represented in a particular city to apply. I mean, I would encourage them to. I would give them everybody have equal access to training materials or, study materials for the test or whatever. But it has to be merit-based who gets hired. I mean, we went to school. We all went to the same school, right?
Yeah.
But
this is like, it's almost like a social experiment. Let's just say, okay, well, these guys aren't as smart as these other guys, so we'll make the test easier so that we can get these not as smart guys in and see if they can do the same job.
No, there has to be.
There are places you could do that, like if the job was for a cook. But you're talking about people that are going to be protecting the welfare of your community, and people that you expect to stand up and take a bullet. For all intents and purposes, or run into the burning building. These people, you want them to be really well trained and very disciplined.
The thing that gets me is the left injects race in everything. Everything. I don't even think about race personally.
No.
I mean,
that's a secondary thought.
It's
and the only time I really think about it is when you get shit like this, where they're going, well, if you're a black guy, you can take this test.
They're the ones bringing it into the conversation. Absolutely. The Department of Justice, why didn't they just leave Dayton alone? I mean, it's not about race.
There's other things that they need to concern themselves with. Oh, well, then again, Hutch, I mean, if they're not doing that, they're focused on Jan Brewer down in Arizona and fighting that. They're blocking that from going to court. They won't let it go to court because they know they're going to lose. The same as they're blocking the Obamacare crap from going to court because they know they're going to lose. The federal Supreme Court needs to take this case. And instead, they're forcing it to go through the appellate court because they know that the longer they wait, the more of this insidious crap is going to be deployed to, because the way the bill's written, after so many months at this pay time, they're going to get so much money. So the longer that they can keep it out of the Supreme Court, the more and more this bill is going to get invoked. And then it's going to be, well, we can't repeal it now because we've already spent so much money on it.
Yeah, there's already money in the bill that's out there now.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Something else that's happening that's pretty chilling to me is the White House proposed sweeping revisions to U.S. copyright law, including making illegal streaming of audio or video a federal felony and allowing FBI agents to wiretap suspected infringers. That's a pretty big situation right there, and it's something that, the White House is concerned that illegal streaming of content may not be covered by criminal law, saying questions have arisen about whether streaming constitutes the distribution of copyrighted works. To resolve that ambiguity, it wants a new law to clarify that infringement by streaming or by means of other similar new technology is a felony in appropriate circumstances. This is even empowering your favorite organization. The administration is proposing that if Homeland Security seizes circumvention devices, it be permitted to inform right holders, provide samples of such devices, and assist them in bringing civil actions. So, again, the bureaucracy that was created supposedly to protect the homeland is getting even closer to inside your house.
Yeah, and here's the problem. All right, you got two major, I guess, I don't know exactly what term you'd use, but organizations, the MPAA, which is the Motion Picture Association of America, and the RIAA, which does the recording industry. Okay? For years, they've been trying to go after the Pirate Bay BitTorrent site. All right? The problem with copyright material is it's only copyright in the United States. So if it goes to Sweden, where the Pirate Bay is, it's up to Sweden's copyright law, which doesn't exist.
This is just another tool to get in to your privacy.
It's their excuse for coming in your house, and they can wiretap you, and they can do this and that, because you're breaking the law. Yeah, you're breaking copyright law. And not that I advocate, downloading pirated movies or any of that crap. I advocate, following the law. If you're not breaking the law in Sweden, the Swedish don't consider themselves breaking the law. The Russians, for the longest time, had pirated sites up where you could go and you could get download pirated material. This is just, and I agree with you 1,000%, Hutch. This is an excuse for them to get into your house, and they say, "Oh, well, no, we can follow you and we can track you because you committed a felony." How in the hell is me downloading a copy of, insert movie name here?
And I mean, they use the guys of intellectual property and things, but it's all, really.
Well, why isn't the government going after the Chinese companies that are making knockoff iPhones?
They have companies. The software, they have downloads, thousands of downloads for updates of. I think we went over this on a previous show. That from people from Chinese IP addresses that never bought the stuff. They're getting updates
because the Chinese don't have a problem with intellectual property. They steal it.
Yeah.
And that was, we were talking about this last week. Why aren't we manufacturing stuff? Why are we sending it to China and to Taiwan and to whoever will build it for us? Because they're going to build it for a bowl of rice and it's really cheap.
Yeah.
But that's all well and good, except when you go, okay, well, what's this knockoff? I've seen knockoff iPhones that look identical to the real iPhone. I mean, they even have the Apple insignia on the back and the whole 9 yards.
Probably spelled wrong.
Yeah, but they're selling them as knockoffs in Japan, or I think it was either Japan or China. Maybe it was China.
Well, from what I understand, what they do is when they take a contract with a U.S. corporation, one of the things they always write into the contract is they want the proprietary equipment to manufacture the plans. And they build whatever for Apple, and then they put 50 more factories up of their own.
Yeah.
And so that's not going to end well.
No, and the fact that they're trying to use this to monitor U.S. citizens, that's,
It's got to come to an end. I mean, we need a leader. That's what we need. We need a leader. We don't need a politician. We need a leader. Yeah. We need Adam West or something. I mean, I can't say that guy's name enough. I mean, we need
Alan West. Adam West was Batman.
Alan West, I'm sorry. But or Michelle Bachmann. I mean, we need somebody. These guys in Congress are not doing the right thing. They cut $4 billion one time and $6 billion another. That's not going to make it happen.
No, here's the thing, though, Hutch. I like what they're doing because okay, you want the government to keep running for another week? Cut $4 billion out of it.
But sooner or later,
run for another 2 weeks? Cut another $6 billion out.
But sooner or later, we have to sit down and get a budget for the rest of the year. I mean, I'm sitting there in the military, hamstrung, until they do this.
I totally agree with you. I'd rather see them go in and go, okay, because the Republicans aren't going to take any less than what would they say, $100 billion. They're not going to take any less than that. And what they're doing is they're nickel and diming the $100 billion out of them because they voted to defund NPR, which I agree with totally. I don't think that we should be paying for that. Why is my taxes paying for something that I don't even utilize?
But I mean, they're so afraid of the government shutdown that these new guys, these new freshman Republican senators and congressmen, are getting ostracized. They're starting to get ostracized. They should be jumping up and down on national television every single night saying, we want the debate for the budget that these fools did not. They were derelict in their duty last year. It's never happened before in the history of the United States that they didn't write a budget. They did it last year so they could get through the elections. Well, now it's time to do the budget. Let's do it. We're not doing it for 2 more weeks. We're doing a budget, and I'd get on TV every 10 minutes and explain to the American people, if the Democrats want to shut the government down, it's our mission to have a budget for this country, and we can't keep going down this road of every 3 weeks because we have other things we have to do. We can't waste our time with this.
I totally agree with that. But Rand Paul's doing it. You can't swing a stick without seeing Rand Paul on TV, and that's what he's doing. He's one of the original Tea Party guys, and he's going, no, this isn't right.
And he's right.
And there's so much crap that we can cut. I mean, you know what irritates me? I just saw a commercial for this. They're giving away cell phones to people that are on welfare and all this other stuff. Why? That's a privilege.
Unreal.
The way I look at it is having a cell phone is a privilege. I pay a lot of money to have my cell phone because I want it, and I feel as though that's my choice, and it is my choice. If I want to pay a lot of money to have a cell phone, that's great. But if I don't have, I don't have no money, I can understand the government saying, okay, well, we'll give you a landline so that you can call 911 if somebody's busting into your house. Or even give you a cell phone. Give you a
Is there really a house without a phone? I mean, have you? I don't know.
What? No, but that's my thing. Okay, I'm going to give you a cell phone, but the only number you can call is 911. If you want it for a case of emergencies, the fact that they're giving, you get 250 minutes, you get free texting, free this, free that. And to qualify, you just got to be on food stamps. That's bullshit.
They should eliminate the word free from anything that has to do with any money, anything that comes from any government source, because nothing is free.
We're paying.
I'm buying your phone. It's not free, and the government doesn't have any money on. So we got time for a couple more stories, Ward. I want to get at least one of these in. This is something that I picked up on the wires that I don't know. We're going to have to discuss this because I'm not sure about this one. This one kind of cuts both ways. It's something that needs to happen, but I'm not sure I can get behind the way they're doing this in Michigan. Michigan lawmakers are on the verge of approving a bill that would enable the governor to appoint emergency managers. Officials, now understanding that Michigan is the great state where Detroit is and other things. Michigan's in very, very bad shape. Maybe number 2 to California. I'm not sure, but it's in the top couple.
It's in the top 5, definitely.
Officials with unilateral power to make sweeping changes to cities facing financial troubles. Under the legislation, the Michigan Messenger reports the governor could declare a financial emergency in towns or school districts. He could then appoint a manager to fire local elected officials, break contracts, seize and sell assets, eliminate services, and even eliminate whole cities or school districts without any public input. And as we have vowed to call a pig, you can't do that in America.
No, absolutely not.
Even though they need it, they can go bankrupt as a state or as a city.
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, and if they file bankruptcy, maybe there'd be some kind of mechanism in place that would go in and clean house. That being said, I agree with you 100%. Yeah. You can't impose financial martial law on a city just because they're broke. That's one of the reasons that we do have a government, and we do. I don't know what would make them think for 1 second that the American people should be subjected to. okay, I live in the city of Pittsburgh and we're broke, so now we're also the city of Philadelphia too. Because Philadelphia is going to buy some of our debt, but we have to change our name.
And I think this guy's a Republican too. This guy doesn't understand America. A lot of people don't these days.
Well, I don't think that it's the governor who's trying to make this law. It says Michigan lawmakers.
Right, but he's behind it too. The measure passed in the state Senate this week. The House passed its own version earlier. The two versions of the bill are expected to be reconciled next week, and Republican Governor Rick Snyder has said he will sign the bill into law. So everybody's on drugs.
It could also be one of them things, Hutch, where they don't know any better. They may be feeding the people one thing. Hey, this will get us out of all these financial troubles. The people get behind it and go, yeah, okay, I want to get out of financial trouble. They may not know, the devil's in the details.
Right.
We're going to create a bill that's going to save you from all the problems you can possibly have. And the people are like, yeah, we got a bill that's going to save us from bankruptcy. The people are like, yeah, but they don't understand, what that means.
That's going to be one to watch. It really is. Now, you had something that we promised the listeners, the audience, last week. You did a little research on some tracking polls, and unfortunately, everybody's not on this poll that I'd like to see on there. But there's some aggregate information that you gathered, and looks like I don't know. I don't. To me, just as a general, before you get into the details, Romney just doesn't work for me. Romney just is too plastic. He's not the guy. You never hear him saying anything like right now. If you were running for president, wouldn't you be opinionated on what's going on right now?
Absolutely.
Like every day.
I'd make everybody know my position.
The only people you don't see any of these people that are the establishment politicians. You see Newt on TV all the time. You see Alan West all the time. Herman Cain, I saw him last night twice. You see Michelle Bachmann. You see Chris Christie. You're starting to see Marco Rubio. We don't want to hear Mitch Daniels. I don't want to hear about Mitt Romney. I can barely stomach John Boehner as a Speaker of the House.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it real quick. And the first question was, who do you like the most? Now, as a Republican candidate, who do you like the most? Number one was Chris Christie with 15% of the vote. Number two was Sarah Palin with 14%. Number three was Newt Gingrich with 12%. Number four was Mitt Romney with 10%. And number five was Michelle Bachmann with 9%.
So there's 4 out of 5.
Who do you like the most?
Right, that's 4 out of 5. And the thing, I heard something good today or yesterday about Sarah Palin that I think maybe the presidency right now is beneath her. She might be better off being a kingmaker for the next 20 years. She's as powerful as Oprah. And she'll be much more powerful where she is now than if she's in office. That's just my thoughts. I heard somebody say it, and I agreed with it.
Yeah, if you look at what she's done in just the past election, getting Tea Party candidates elected by just giving her blessing.
She has the ability to raise funds. She's a beautiful woman. She's smart. She's strong. Just stay where you're at.
You're absolutely right.
Move to Washington. Maybe move to Washington. I don't know.
Yeah, but the next question on the poll was, who would you most likely vote for? Now, this is most likely vote for in 2012.
Most likely to win or most likely to vote for?
Most likely to vote for. Well, it's only Republicans. This is only a Republican poll. And who was you most likely to vote for in 2012? Number one was Mitt Romney with 27% of the vote. Number two was Chris Christie with 15%. 3 was Newt Gingrich with 12. 4th was Mike Huckabee with 10. And Sarah Palin and Tim Pawlenty tied at number 5 with 6%.
See, now the thing about that poll, what that poll says to me is either they're asking people that are deep in, because I know a lot of people that are deep into politics and have been for years and think that way. And I'm saying that's a loser, man. To me, Mitt Romney has no charisma. He looks.
Now, Mitt Romney is Obama light.
Yeah, this is a problem with the electorate, maybe, and I just don't buy these numbers. I don't know if the sampling. I don't know. I know like one person that wants Mitt Romney.
Yeah, well, the survey was only emailed to 2,500 participants,
members of the RNC.
Yeah,
yeah.
But they identify themselves as conservative Republicans,
right?
But the next one was kind of different. It says, "Who do you feel is the most conservative?" Number 1 was Michelle Bachmann with 19%. Number 2 was Sarah Palin with 16%. Number 3 was Ron Paul with 14%. Number 4 was Newt Gingrich with 11%, and number 5 was Chris Christie.
I believe most of that, except for the Ron Paul. Ron Paul's a libertarian. He's not conservative at all. He's got there's some overlap between libertarianism and conservatism, but he is clearly a libertarian.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. I totally agree with that.
And I like the way Chris Christie came up last, too.
I think Christie's conservative to an extent.
In some areas, I agree.
But not all the way. Michelle Bach, I mean,
he lives in New Jersey. He lives in New Jersey. He can't be to have survived as long as he has in New Jersey politics. Right.
I mean, but that's the thing about politics. You got to give and take.
Just ask Rick Santorum.
Yeah.
Pure conservative, and he got hammered after like 2 terms.
Well, because
did he even have 2 terms, or did he only have 1 term?
I think Santorum had 2.
I do too, because he was very powerful toward the end. He was like up there in rank.
Yeah. Next was who would do the best job on the economy? Number 1 is Chris Christie with 16%. Number 2 is Romney with 15%. Number 3 is, this was the shocker, 14% with Donald Trump. 4 is Newt Gingrich with 10%, and number 5 is Sarah Palin with 7%.
Let's break that down a little bit.
I
would
think
agree.
Christie would do good with the economy.
I do
agree with that.
Christie would do good with public sector workers, for one thing, which is a big drain on the economy, so that would be a plus. Donald Trump is Mr. Economy. Newt Gingrich has a 20-year plan, which is what I think we need. I don't think we need sound bites and worrying about the economy going up this quarter. I think we need to look out to 2030.
Yeah, the thing is, there isn't a quick fix for our economy.
No, there's not.
You got to, and I agree with that. I think Trump's name being in there would actually be a bad thing.
His problem is his actual plans. I mean, his plan is to come out and put tariffs on everything from China, which totally raises prices for everything in your house.
Exactly.
I mean, it's platitudes and quick fixes and getting mad at situations instead of thinking them through. On the other hand, I'm sure he's done a lot of international deals.
I'm not going to question Trump as a businessman, because that would be stupid. I mean, his track record as a businessman is phenomenal. And it's one of the things that I said before, never on this show, but when, what's his name? The little guy, Ross Perot. When Perot ran a couple years ago, I was all for him.
I voted for him, man. I shouldn't have, but I did.
No, I mean, business-wise, at that time, that's what we needed. We needed somebody who could run a business.
If it wasn't for that train wreck at the end, man, that last month was...
Yeah.
Should have got off of that train.
Exactly. But the downside is that siphoned a lot of votes from the Republican, which caused Clinton to win.
I believe Bill Clinton won with under 50% of the vote, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
I know it's
because
true.
It was split. Anyway, the next question was, who would do the best job keeping Washington spending under control? Number 1 was Chris Christie with 20%. Number 2 was Newt Gingrich with 11%. Number 3 was Ron Paul and Sarah Palin in a tie with 10%. And number 4 was Michelle Bachmann with Donald Trump in a tie.
Now, again, this shows an ignorance of the people that were asked the question. Because without question, the one who should have got number 1 in that was Ron Paul. Ron Paul would bring us back to the gold standard. And that ends like most government programs right there.
Yeah. Ron Paul should have made it. Well, once again, now this goes back to what you said before. Ron Paul's not truly a Republican, so
No, but he's fiscal conservative. I mean,
he's extremely conservative when it comes to money.
One of the things he would do was bring all our troops home. I mean, and that's giant, financial wise.
Yeah, but the thing with Ron Paul is he's a secularist. So basically, we would do nothing. Well, and I kind of agree with that to an extent.
After we fix the world, then maybe we can do that.
Yeah, but basically what he wants to do is say, we're the United States, screw everybody else.
Right, and I mean, you can't get elected saying that. But when asked the question, who would do the best job keeping Washington spending under control, he would be the winner if he got everything he wanted. And
that's a big if.
It'll never happen. I mean,
exactly. And the last question we had on the survey was, who would do the best job handling the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan? Number 1 is John Bolton. I don't think John Bolton's running for president, but whatever. Number 2 is Newt Gingrich with 24%. Number 3 was Sarah Palin and Mitt Romney in a tie at 7%. And number 6 was Mike Huckabee.
How does Mitt Romney get? I agree with that. John Bolton is a very conservative, very hawkish former ambassador to the United Nations that took no goof from anybody.
Yeah, but Bolton, doesn't have the cred to be president. Gingrich does have that cred.
Yes, he does. I think the country would be well off to have Newt Gingrich as president. I don't know whether or not he could win. If he got if the other people on this list were running against him, I would probably support him. Just because I've followed him for a long time, and he's one of the most brilliant speakers I've ever heard. I mean, I've heard this guy with some detailed plans that are just good plans. I mean, he tackles all kind of different issues. I mean, he's got a little bit of baggage with him, but he says straight out, if we're going to ever get to be a permanent majority for any length of time, everybody has to be welcome in the Republican Party, and everybody has to understand in their hearts that Republicans are better for the country and, in fact, them than Democrats. And that means going into every city, every inner city, personally going in there and convincing these people that we're their guys.
Yeah.
And I mean, ending unemployment compensation. The way he worded it, he said, I would propose a $167 billion training program. And it would be what is now unemployment compensation, and you wouldn't get a nickel unless you were attending training to get a job of the future or whatever's available in the area. End of story. He said right off the bat, half the people would get out of the program and go back to work.
I agree. I don't think that we should have welfare as it is. I think we should have workfare, where the government will pay for you to get training. Okay, so you lost your job in the mill. The mill's dried up and went away. We'll take Pittsburgh for an example. All right, you live in Pittsburgh. You worked in the mill. Your job went away. All right, so we'll come in and we'll pay for you to go to school for training and whatever you want. I mean, you have to qualify for the training. You can't be a guy that worked in the mill and want to be a nuclear physicist. We're not going to pay for that. We'll pay for you to learn how to be a carpenter or a plumber or, something, other than a mill worker.
And I mean, the whole goal of the thing has to get away from providing you sustenance and go towards getting you off the rolls. The goal has to be getting you off the rolls as fast as possible.
Well, that's what I was saying, Hutch. And my plan would be,
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, you get to go to school, and while you're in school, we'll pay for, we'll give you food stamps, whatever. We'll pay for that. After you graduate, we'll get you a job. And, in one of the unions or whatever. We'll get you a job, and then we're done. After that point, you can't apply for, this again.
And
it's a one-time good deal.
The other thing too is, in light of our knowledge of the corruption in these giveaway programs, there has to be a standard that you have to keep in order to get somebody else's money. It's not tax money, man. It's your neighbor's money. You got to be drug-free. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah,
we got to take this serious.
That has to be a prerequisite too. I mean, you want to be on welfare, workfare, whatever we want to call it. You want to be on that. You got to take a urine test, and it's got to be like the military. Surprise!
Right. You want to be on the dole. Get you a can and write up a sign and go sit outside and ask for money. You know, you want to get your act back together and become a productive member of society. Yeah, we could talk about helping you then. You know, but it's got to change the way it is. I mean, it was designed to make victims. It was totally designed by progressives to enslave people.
Yeah, and the thing is that they're not smart enough to see that they're on the hook. You know, it's like...
Well, they're constantly being lied to every day by these politicians and by these quasi-politicians and these community organizers and agitators and union people. I mean, it's horrible. And that's why he said... we have to go into the community, and we can't just say it from Washington and whatever. We gotta convince these people that it is in their family's interest for them to go back to the party of Lincoln.
Exactly.
And with that, another great story, another great show, I should say. Email the show, steelcityresistance@gmail.com. Call the show. We haven't gotten any calls in a while. 412-254-3750.
Yeah, give us a call. You know, if you agree with this, great, let us know. If you don't agree with this, even better, let us know. I want to talk to people that don't agree with the stuff that we're saying. I mean, because what we're trying to do is common sense, folks. We're not trying to tell you that one person is better than another person. We're trying to tell you what's best for the country. And it's not Obama versus, me versus whoever. If they do something right, I'll say that they did something right, but it hasn't happened yet.
True. So anyway, another good episode, and we look forward to hearing from you and also analyzing some more stories in 7 short days. So, Ward, thanks for your time.
Absolutely, my man. I love being here. Love talking to the folks.
And thanks to the Freedom Connector. Thanks to the guys on the chat room. I'm sure we'll be hearing from Funky Dung. No doubt about it. If for nothing else, we'll be hearing about Libya, but that's fine. We welcome it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of Cold War Radio. You can listen live 8 p.m. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed Steel City Resistance episodes 11 and 12. We're going to go into the Wrestling Mayhem show from the Sorgatron Media Studio on Broadway in the neighborhood of Beachview from the city of Pittsburgh. This is WHBJ Digital Talk, ladies and gentlemen. Sorgatron Media, the Wrestling Mayhem show.
Is a member of the Sorgatron Media Podcast Network. Find out more at sorgatronmedia.com.
Parental discretion is advised.
This show is brought to you by Slice on Broadway, supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with the perfect pepperoni pizza. SliceOnBroadway.com, IndieWrestling.us. Check out IWC, RWA, and more. And listeners like you, support this show at Patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show.
Just wait, just wait, just wait, just wait, just wait. Wait for the perfect time then attack. Don't give up what you want, take it back. Wait for the perfect.
Hey guys, welcome to the Wrestling Mayhem Show 654 Tuesdays. We've been talking about professionalized wrestling. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter here in Pittsburgh, PA at the Sorgatron Media Studios. We got a hell of a show going on. Mayhem Mania coming on later on. And I'm going to learn about a special event happening here in the greater Pittsburgh area. But first of all, down the Rogues Gallery here, back on the show. We'll get in a little bit about what happened last night and why he maybe picked the wrong night off. Mad Mike is with us from Beacon, New York, the only Mayhemmer with a feature endeavor letter from the WWE.
Sorg, I've watched roughly 1,341 episodes of Raw Live.
Okay. Wow. Roughly, more or less, give or take.
More or less. I pick 1 week. 1 week, Sorg, to take a break
There's
from
a visual.
my mental health.
There's definitely a visual to this.
And all I can say, go fuck yourselves.
That is a Thanos sized middle finger. Okay. Anyways, back with us that was making other life decisions. Larry is back with us in here today.
I also took a mental health break.
You took a mental health break last night? And we're like, what did I do?
Yeah, I was able to catch part of it, though. So
it was a holiday. That's okay. You like went to the bar or something, didn't you?
I went and got
like...
drunk instead.
Okay. I guess it was a happy President's Day, I guess, right?
It was
all 44 of them.
It was a Monday. It was a good Monday.
It was a good Monday. And also with us, we have the crew from Pit Fight coming up here in a few weeks here.
How's it going?
We have Cornell, Sam, and Kyle, in that order if you're joining us visually, with the Pit Fight event that's coming up in Greensburg, PA. It's part of the Pit Campus, Greensburg out there, right, guys?
Yes.
What date is that that's coming up?
That is Thursday, March 7th.
There you go. And you can check that out on Facebook and the Instagram for Pit Fight. We're going to talk a little bit more about it here on the show. Did you guys watch Raw last night? Because apparently that was a hit or miss for some people.
Yeah, we watched it all right.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Awesome. We'll get into that here in a moment. But thank you guys for joining us. And of course, like I said, Mayhem Mania, Mainstream Man, I'm sure, is watching the show unsafely on his phone on the way over here right now. He might have to share a mic with him when he pops in, Larry.
That's fine. I'll substitute.
You'll substitute? You tag him in?
I'll tag him in.
I want you to come up with what's your tag team name with Mainstream Matt?
Oh, jeez.
The Mainstream Mutilators.
The Mainstream Mutilators?
Well, I'll think of something.
I think Props and Circumstance. Because you make props.
That's good.
And he's in the news, so he's about the circumstances.
Yeah. Talk about newspaper boxes. We could tie that.
Do not steal.
No, Sword, they're Team Fake News.
Team Fake News? Oh, that's also really great and topical. Anyways, speaking of fake news, this is the Wrestling Mayhem Show. You can check out everything at WrestlingMayhemShow.com, where you can find links and subscribe to us in a podcast and video form, or look us up on your favorite platform. We should probably be there. Also, drop us a line at that email address. Good times at WrestlingMayhemShows.com. Matt says checks and balances.
Checks.
Those don't exist anymore.
No, those don't exist. They blew those up a couple years ago. 412-206-WMS0. Tweet us at Mayhem Show and join the Wrestling Mayhem Show page and group. And we're live here every Tuesday on the Facebook page, on Facebook Live, 9 p.m. Eastern Time every Tuesday. Also streaming on the Sorgatron Media, Periscope, Twitter, Twitch, and a few other platforms. If you're viewing us right now on those platforms, we do have a chat room over on the Facebook page for Wrestling Mayhem Show, where a lot of people are, including these tag team names in the chat right now. Also, you can check us out on our streaming partner, the 405media.com, where we're streaming there every single night at 9 p.m. Pacific Time, midnight Eastern Time, so you can fall asleep to the sweet sounds of Mayhem. And also check out our patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show, where you guys can support the show if you're finding value, or at least get a couple chuckles from us every week, including our friends at the Fan of the Show $1 level. Bo Diggity! Woo! If I was wondering, because we haven't really mentioned in a while, he pays us and with the instruction to say his name that way, and I think we've been doing it for like 2 or 3 years. So, anyways,
and anyone else who is a patron of us, will introduce you any way you want.
That is true.
We will say anything.
We're not.
And
Sorg,
we will say anything that that will not get us kicked off Facebook.
Let's anything, and also anything that won't get our guests kicked out of school. Yeah. Also, Ed Burke, Bobby F. J. Town, and Tina Keys, and at the Pocky Club $5 level, Occupy Pro Wrestling, Heel Bradley Brothers, Doc Remedy, Dave Potter, and of the Tiny Shutter Podcast, and Kyle Turner, and also our friend at the Pizza Club $10 level, Antonio Garza at the WrestlingRevolution.com. That is Alex Carr rolled into joining us at Mayhem Mania later in the show. Once again, you guys support the show at patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show. So, Mike. Hi. So, yeah, it was a heck of a Monday night. It looks like it's bleeding into Tuesday. I didn't know it was NXT week this week.
So, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, did you go to work today?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering. Just wanted that for context.
Oh, yeah. So, here's the thing. I was initially very upset when I was seeing all the tweets, pouring in. Like, oh my God, Ricochet. Oh my God, Aleister Black. Oh my God, DIY. But then I watched Raw.
Uh-huh. All right.
And I asked the question I ask every week. What happened on Raw?
Oh, no, you don't.
Sorg.
You're not doing that.
Sorg, do you know what happened on Raw?
What happened on Raw?
A whole fat lot of nothing.
A
whole fat lot. You know what happened? Cody Rhodes' old theme music happened because, whoa, it's only smoke and mirrors. Nothing happened on the show.
Wait, whoa.
It was a guest starring episode.
Yeah.
It's like if you watch a serialized drama, but then they have one episode where Richard Simmons is on. They completely ignore every story that's going on. They just focus on the guest star.
All right, I'm going to toss this to our new crew over here. You guys watch this. You guys are regular watchers of Monday Night Raw, right? I mean,
yeah.
So what did you think? I mean, are you following NXT? Did you know who these guys were going into it?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, it was interesting because like Cornell actually went to the gym right when Raw was about to start. He's like, "Hey, text me if I miss anything important." He was taking a nap, as most college students do at 7:30 at night. So Raw rolls around, and Triple H walks in, and he's like, "Yeah, Ricochet's going to be here." I'm like, "Okay, this is interesting." And then he's like, "Aleister Black, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa." Yeah, okay, cool. And then Lacey Evans strutting down the ring too.
No, Lacey Evans strutting halfway down the ramp, twirling, and then going back.
Is that like her new thing?
That was the highlight of Raw.
Can we call her Lacey Lena?
Yes, that's what I said that on Sunday. Yes.
Well, Emelina, right?
She's the new Emelina.
Yeah, because she walked out. We went to break, and we're like, "Wait, what just happened? Is this all we're doing with her?"
To be fair, honestly, I think it's probably for the best.
Really? Why? Are you not down with the Lacey Evans?
I don't like the character.
Okay.
The character can only go one of two ways. Neither of them are very good.
Can we also talk about the 4 NXT people that came on last night have had more time on Raw than the NXT people that were called up a month ago and have been advertised for 2 months about being on Raw.
Yep. Mm-hmm. This has been a while. This is usual for them, like follow through.
When I first heard that they were coming on, I had like a small funeral in my head for their careers.
It is a little bit of like, is this going to be something, or is this going to be
another Bobby Roode?
Is this their transition to being able to command a little bit of money on the indies, right? No, but like that crowd, like the only one that, and arguably the one they've done the least with that has the star power potential is EC3.
Yeah. I'm so disappointed.
You're so disappointed.
I'm so disappointed. I wanted so much good for him. Because if they were just going to call up these 4 guys, keep EC3 in NXT to let him run shop over there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I
don't think these guys are called
No,
up.
these are not call-ups.
I'm hearing conflicting reports on that.
Okay.
I'm hearing conflicting shit on that.
What's the water cooler talk?
That's literally like no one's sure.
Interesting.
No one's sure. No one knows why they're doing this.
I think this goes with it. The other big thing is you can see if you're on video, Sasha is joining us. Beachview Trash Olympics champion Sasha Banks.
That is not a good title for her to have.
Yeah, that should be the Enzo thing.
That's true too. Well, we do have the hair. We still have the hair of he who shall not be named and interrupts your Survivor Series. But I forgot where I was going with that now.
Trash Olympics,
Sasha Banks. Oh, NXT titles? Women's title. Oh. So it was announced that they're going to defend it across everything: SmackDown, Raw, NXT.
Yeah.
So, which leads me to this, like, it was so weird. Like, it feels like kind of when we were leaning into the super shows, which we already are because we're leaning into WrestleMania and stuff crosses over because titles and Royal Rumble, champion picks and everything, right? Like Becky, Charlotte, and Ronda Rousey. So, like, it feels like we're kind of just, hey, the NXT guys can just come hang out and beat our tag champions, and then they'll go hang out in NXT, and maybe it'll be like back in the day when Cesaro would just go and have matches with Sami Zayn for some reason, right? Or Jack Swagger, which was really being put over on that Edge and Christian podcast this week. Him and Sami Zayn on NXT, which I forgot happened. Like, I completely forgot happened.
I never knew it happened.
It was a mystery. Yeah. But, maybe we have all these brands, and much like I feel like we're talking during the pay-per-view, like I feel like the 205 Live Cruiserweight match is just like a sampler to get you into the network for all the freebies out there, even though it's on the pre-show, not on the pay-per-view. Like, this is like this weird sampling platter of like, hey, look at all this other stuff that's going on over here.
I'm going to take that one step further.
Okay.
So, because I had similar thoughts earlier today when really thinking about this. If Sasha and Bayley really are going to defend across all three brands, they like uniformity a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think at WrestleMania, we should unify the men's tag team championships.
You think we'll roll that way with it?
I don't think this will happen, but if we just look at it right now, just for funsies, the match would be the Usos versus the Revival versus War Machine. Let's just think about that for about 2.5 minutes, really sit and marinate on it and enjoy the prospect of all of that. Like, that would just be ridiculous. I meant War Raiders, obviously, but same. I just realized my own mistake. But yeah, like, that would be a lot of fun. And then you'd have WWE men's tag team champions and WWE women's tag team champions.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're going to pick people for Sasha and Bayley, I say they wrestle Marina and either Jessamine or Shayna. And you have horsewomen versus horsewomen for all the titles at WrestleMania.
Does that help bringing the NXT titles into it, though? Because then doesn't that just kind of flatten what's going on in NXT, or is this just going to be...
it certainly does, but I don't think they care.
I feel like they're turning it into the ECW rebirth.
Ooh, why?
See,
Hey, Paul, we really like what you're doing down there in Florida.
Yeah.
Let's let us take care of that for you.
Let's another brand started by a Paul.
Let's put NXT on Sci-Fi.
Let's put NXT on Sci-Fi.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see NXT on television by the end of the year.
I want to just mention, just for, I was actually thinking about this like yesterday too with NXT. NXT started on Sci-Fi as a brand. It was the original one that was like the reality show.
Can we have a podcast where Larry watches the old NXT?
Nope.
Oh,
Mike,
God,
you couldn't get me to watch Lucha Underground. You're not going to get me to watch this.
I don't want to put him through the season with Michael Cole and the Gong.
Just one episode. One episode.
One episode?
How long is the episode?
I mean, it's like an hour, 45 minutes or something. Are they up there? Are they up on the network?
Yeah, of course they're.
Oh, they'll just put anything up there. This is the one that had like they were the NXT
where Daniel Bryan has soda drinking contest.
So that determines if you're a good wrestler or not. Obviously.
How are you with the soda?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And he finally gets his revenge on the soda now.
Oh,
yes.
He finally come full circle.
Has he had a high fructose corn syrup discussion? Has that been a part of this?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that was the whole AJ thing when he was in the
AJ
concession.
thing?
No, he was bashing hot dogs and T-shirts. He didn't say anything about
And sodas.
Did he?
And sodas.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because he did have the souvenir mug, and that's how I know there's a souvenir cup that I need to look for next time they come to Pittsburgh, because that's what I collect, so I don't spend too much at their merch stand.
Kevin Owens is at the movie theater with his son.
Can we talk about Kevin Owens for a moment?
I wonder what he's seeing. What do you think Kevin Owens is seeing in the theater?
I don't know. He's just eating pop. His son's on TV. They're eating popcorn.
I'd like to think he's going to see Spider-Verse.
I bet he's going to see Battle Angel Alita.
Oh, you might be right.
on
But
Captain
no,
Marvel.
You Captain Marvel? You think you got a pre-screamer? You got a Canadian pre-screamer?
Yes.
Screamer?
a pre-screamer.
Yes. I don't.
Okay. That kind of show.
Words are not working great for me tonight, if you haven't noticed, Mike. So
it's all right. It's not like you have to speak on this show.
No. It's just not like 3 hours of talking I need to do. Tina's saying Larry watching season 3 would be comedy gold. Yes. I kind of want to do this now.
Yeah, just one episode from each season. One episode from each season. I think that's fair.
If you want to help us pick which episodes Larry watches from each season of NXT, what was it? 3 seasons? 4 seasons?
There were 4 seasons.
So please email us at nxthurtslarry@wrestlingmayhemshow.com so we can get those tabulated and take care of that. Well, this is The Miz was the
Viewer discretion is advised.
It's at the beginning of this show too, guys. But I swear everybody in the chat room seen fighting with my family except me at this point.
I haven't seen it yet.
You haven't seen it yet. It's officially coming out this Thursday. Looking forward to it. I know Toddy from 30 Podcast. We kicked him some tickets from our friend Malengo last week. He has a review. He seemed to like it. The W's for wrestling, if you guys know that from his show. I
was wondering what that was.
What?
He did like a little video of it. I'm like, I had no idea what the W was. On
his podcast, whenever he's here in studio doing a video version, he says throw those W's up if you feel welcome on the podcast. So
okay, yep, it's all connecting now.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, wait, we didn't hear you. Is your mic on?
Oh, sorry. Tina said Goldust Oksana wedding.
Oh,
yeah.
But
I've seen the Titus
just
Keg
the
challenge.
word Betamax.
All right.
That's
Are you
real
ready?
thing that was on NXT.
Larry, are you ready for this? So, do you remember Oksana?
I don't.
She was Lithuanian.
Where is Bobby with the?
When would she have been on?
Whenever Daniel Bryan was debuting.
Okay, that was during my sabbatical.
She needed a green card, so she married Goldust, and then immediately turned on him.
And
she also
don't forget the hold on, who was the officiant for that wedding? Was it the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase?
Was it?
Pretty sure.
No.
Pretty sure.
Man, they went all out.
I bet his rates are insane.
And keep this in mind. Wait, were they still on TV? Because after a couple seasons, they stopped putting it on Sci-Fi, and they started just putting it on WWE.com. Like, there's an entire season of it just straight went to WWE.com. Like before,
Dusty was there.
Dusty and
Cody were there.
Dusty and Cody.
Like, that was actually probably the last time all 3 Rhodes boys were on TV at the same time.
Good. Ty Cross is out there, and he's saying that Oksana was Cesaro's valet when he got called up too. That's when he had like the rugby
that's when he was wearing the rugby armbands.
The rugby armbands on his legs or something.
Still during my sabbatical,
and he was called Antonio Cesaro.
Yes. One of the first victims of name retraction
for the best.
I've got sure. Sure. And yeah, Aleister Black.
That's a mouthful.
Are you ready for Aleister Black to just be called Black when he comes up to the main roster?
I think it's just.
Biggie said he's always been black to me. Biggie said that on Twitter. He's like, he's always been black to me.
All right. Well, that's a perfect point for an ad break.
This show is brought to you by
IndieWrestling.us. If you want to see a lot of great indie wrestling and even a lot of stuff about Johnny Gargano in Cleveland like 10 years ago when he was coming up with our friends from Pro Wrestling Ohio, early episodes there. Madison Rayne before her name was like Lacey something back then, who just made news this weekend with the IWC Women's Championship, winning that this weekend. That show, the IWC Cold Blooded show, will be a part of the Indie Wrestling Network coming up later this week. As soon as I edit it, you can check out
her on the show now.
What's that?
I need to talk to Madison Rayne. I have so many questions about TNA.
I did not get a chance to talk to her. I don't know. You want me to get Madison Rayne on the show just so you can grill her about TNA?
Matt, do you really, Mike? Do you really want to be blocked by one more person?
I will limit it to 3 questions.
That's enough to get blocked.
Yeah, that's a dude. I mean, no. Mike has been blocked by like the majority of the TNA staff.
And
Ross. I've been blocked by the entire company.
What Josh Matthews' company account,
the whole company.
Hulk Hogan.
You're blocked by like coworkers of yours at this point. It's strange. you think you would be able to resolve this thing? You know,
buy lunch.
I mean, geez, like Josh Matthews is like the nicest dude to work with, and you went and pissed him off.
Hey, he pissed me off first.
Anyways, this is an ad about IndieWrestling.network and .us for some reason. All right, we'll see if I still have that gig next Friday. Okay, check out so much going on there. We just launched the Black Diamond Wrestling Royal 8 tournament. Where the phrase 2 girls, 1 cup was uttered in the middle of the ring, and somebody didn't get fired for that. And you can find out why. That guest is going to be on next week. That cold-blooded with WCW's Glacier returning to ring action. I mean, I guess he never really stopped, but this is his first time in IWC. Madison Rayne, of course, see her over her match with Katie Arquette from this weekend, plus so much more from the RWA. Rise Wrestling with a Y, Uprise, Prospect Pro Wrestling, 2PW, who's involved with the Pit Fight show we're going to talk about in just a moment, and so much more. And, of course, VODs of a lot of these shows, including Fight Society and Revenge Pro, from here in Pittsburgh and Erie, respectively, also a part of that. You can see some of that. We just shared over at PittsburghWrestling.com. Our friend PB Smooth on the front page of the Erie Times News, and he's featured there with stuff from Revenge Pro. And you can see the rest of that with him and Victor Benjamin, the Savage Gentleman, as part of Revenge Pro's Revenge Rumble, which was really, really hectic to shoot, trust me. Have fun with that one, guys. You too can believe a guy can pull a Kofi Kingston in a Rumble with a hoverboard. So much more going on. IndieWrestling.us, IndieWrestling.network. Go start your 7-day free trial at IndieWrestling.network for that too. All right. So speaking of indie wrestling, our guests here today are putting together their first indie show, right?
Yes, well, second for me, actually.
Second? Oh, there's history here. So you guys are doing Pit Fight out at the Pitt University Greensburg campus.
Yes.
And it is for Connor's Cure, which, if you guys, fans of WWE, everybody's heard of that, of course, over the years here. So tell me a little bit about, this event coming up here.
Okay. So Pit Fight is Pitt Greensburg's first ever professional wrestling show. Now, I come from a wrestling family. My dad is QB Blitz. He used to wrestle over at PWX.
I think I met QB Blitz in a podcasting session not too long ago.
Yeah, he said he came into your session.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he wants to start his own podcast sort of thing. So, shout out to you, Dad.
It was great chatting with him, and that's awesome.
Yeah. So, I kind of grew up with it. I never got to see my dad perform, which kind of sucked, like, when I was little.
Mm-hmm.
But then, probably, like, when I was 12, 13, I started to get into WWE and stuff. I came in right at the summer of Punk, so it was, like, a great time to get into it. So when I was in high school, I wanted to do some sort of like charity event because I was the president of the community service club. I'm like, hey, let's do a wrestling show. My dad's like, okay. So he got a lot of his buddies to come for that show. It was called Cougar Mountain Mayhem. It was at my high school, York Senior High School.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that one.
Yeah, we ended up raising about $2,200 for Connor's Cure
Nice.
for there.
Nice.
It was a really good show, and like I loved being able to see the guys perform. Now, for that show, I didn't really do a lot. Like my dad talked to everybody, got all the matches worked out and everything. This show, it's a little bit different. So I didn't really know what to expect from Pitt Greensburg, like wrestling wise, because like a couple of my friends watched it in high school, so I'm like, maybe not a lot of people watch it. And then I met this man over here. I literally met him for 5 minutes. He's like, hey, want to see something cool? And he turns off the light in the study room we were in and starts playing Finn Balor's ring music and tries to reenact his entrance.
Oh, like we do every time he comes out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have to. It's like tradition. So we got into wrestling. Actually, at campus, we host like viewing parties for all the pay-per-views and everything.
Nice.
So we do like Royal Rumble, Survivor Series, and WrestleMania there. And I was very surprised at the turnout of those shows. Like, there'd be, what would you say, maybe like 50, 60 people?
There's a lot.
They packed up that whole, like, it's like a rec room in the back of one of the halls, and it's just packed. Like, we ran out of seats.
Now, given it's college students, and they give us free food, so a lot of people are going to show up anyway.
Yeah.
But
people start getting interested in wrestling at that point.
They're like, ooh, there's a match on, and there's mozzarella sticks. I'm going to come over and see what's going on.
Uh-huh.
So me and Cornell were kind of just talking one day, because Cornell's my roommate. We were like, so what do you think the odds of doing a wrestling show at Pitt Greensburg would be? I'm like, let's find out. And I'm like, hey, Dad, what do I need to do to be able to like do this and stuff? And he's like, here, I'll give you all the contacts. So he shot them all over to me on Facebook Messenger, which I haven't used since like 2015. So, and I started messaging the guys. We're like, yeah, we're interested in the show. I'll go over some of the matches later that we have set up. But yeah, and it helps a lot that our student activities director is one of the biggest wrestling fans I've ever seen. So we're like, hey, we want to bring the show to Pitt Greensburg. We have some connections. How do we get this approved? And then the whole process started. It was really interesting because I never made matches before or like talked to wrestlers.
So this is like I see you're involved with 2PW, which is Marshall Gambino's promotion up there in the Katanning area.
Yeah,
that just like literally we've done one show with them already. It's on the network as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you already had like that kind of connection right off the bat. So it's not him putting together. Like you guys are booking this thing.
Yeah.
So
yes, we have full creative control over that, and it's
interesting.
To say the least.
Yeah. That is one word.
We literally spent 9 hours in the study room in our building one day.
Like 4, but like that was still.
It felt like 4 and 24 at the same time.
Yeah.
And you guys, like, I know we were talking about, like, you missed the IWC show this weekend. Like, you guys are going to a lot of these indie shows already and know a lot of this talent?
Yeah, we went to IWC's Reloaded.
Mm-hmm.
We went. That was amazing. Just main event, Andrew Palace, DJC. That was a great match.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we made fun of Dylan Bostic for probably like 20 minutes straight.
Well, it's easy to. I mean, I do when I just run into him personally.
Yeah,
so, I mean, have you seen his beard lately? Not that I can really speak.
When you have hair that looks like a tennis ball.
That was one of the first matches we got like a lot of like our friends. So that was like at that point we had enough like critical mass to like start up our own chants and stuff.
Yeah, like right when the match came out, we all started chanting, Bostic sucks. Yeah, he really sucks. And then Warlow came over and he was like conducting us.
Yes. And I'll let you know the singing continued this month.
Thank gosh.
I would be surprised if it didn't.
Yeah, when you get that crowd going, it's definitely the most indie chanty crowd in the area here. So so I love that you guys like already have like that in there. It looks like, and again, this is a great lineup here. A lot of guys, people in the show are going to be familiar with as well. So that's awesome.
Yeah, It's really fun. We also went to Rise's show, and we're going to RWA actually on Saturday.
Oh, that's going to be a hell of a show. Teddy Long and D'Lo Brown are going to be there, as well as Jock Sampson. And Jock Sampson has been there for 6 or 8 years, I think. So, yeah, that's going to be good. A whole different kind of crowd. We'll put it that way.
So our first RWA show. So
nice.
I see the IWC show we were at. That was so big because Kurt Angle showed up.
Yeah, Kurt Angle was.
And the Hurricane was there too.
Hurricane, yes, that's right.
I mean, they had.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, I don't know. They had Sub-Zero on the last one, so
they didn't see the T-Rex.
Yeah, no, they didn't see the T-Rex.
There was a T-Rex.
There's been a T-Rex a couple of times.
Oh my god!
He was the reset button challenger for Wardlow.
That's cool.
I saw some of like the gimmicky looking.
Yeah, didn't they put the moth on?
They put a moth. The moth was on there, and like they had some of the refs were.
They put me on there. They put some of the fans on there. Yeah,
when to actually land on.
Maybe we'll be on it next year.
They did one time pick the photographer Dan Hooven. That I don't. He was part of that too, but he was just the ringside photographer, and they picked him, and he went in.
He just went in.
So I was like the one girl, Danny, that got picked. So this is a thing. The announcer got picked as well. So he
was picked the one year, right?
Yeah. So they have a lot of fun with the IWC Reloaded. It's a nice thing. It's a different concept, and I love that it's a show that they do that. Literally no championship matches announced other than there's going to be the championship matches.
Right,
you do not know anybody's opponent going into it, and it's still one of the biggest crowds of the year.
Yeah.
Because you never know. Like Sandman came out one time. Tommy Dreamer came out and became the champion one time. You just don't know what's going to happen. And Hurricane came out.
The pop when he came out was insane.
Amazing. And now he's in WWE. Backstage, so
nice.
So he'll be back, of course, with IWC in a couple months here, maybe. But so you guys got to have fun putting these matches together. What can we expect here? You have, I think, a lot of the matches are already announced here, right?
Yeah, we have most of all of them, right? Yeah, we still need to announce one. The matches we have announced, our opener is going to be Chris LaRusso versus Lee Moriarty.
Oh, jeez. That is a main event on most cards.
Well, we got to get the crowd hyped. So
yeah,
a lot of these people have never even seen Raw or SmackDown before. So these two guys have high energy in the ring. So let's throw them together. We also are going to have the Juggernaut John Roden against Beastman. We have our style of a Royal Rumble. We're calling it the Bobcat Brawl. There's going to be 15 people in it, and the winner gets an opportunity at this belt right here, which I'll get to in a little bit. And they also get a little trophy thing.
Is it a Royal Rumble or a Battle Royal?
Royal Rumble.
Oh, man. Cool.
Yeah. We're pretty hyped for that.
That's the way to do it.
Also, we have the Rev issuing an open challenge, so we don't really know who's going to face him yet. So we'll just have to see who shows up. We have Katie Arquette. Cornell wants to jump in against him.
He knows him personally.
Yeah, I know the Rev personally. Shout out to the Rev.
Katie Arquette's going up against Jinx. We have the main event going up against Military Intelligence, which, fun fact, I didn't know this. Lewis the Nerd actually graduated from Pitt Greensburg.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So he's making a little hometown hero move.
And that team just debuted at Rise Wrestling last month in the tag team tournament. So a new team and a lot of fun.
Yeah, they were really good.
Yeah.
We had fun with them.
And then our main event is a fatal four-way for the inaugural Pit Fight Championship. It'll be against Andrew Palace, Bulk Nasty, The Gavel, David Lawless, and Gory.
Awesome. And I saw Gavel apparently heading to New York City here in the next couple weeks as well. So he's getting around with I keep forgetting the promotion up there. They're doing a lot of big things with I know Sunny Kiss and Effie have been a part of it. So good to see him getting around. So I say this is some of the biggest talent in the area. And again, I know you guys affiliated with 2PW has been doing some great stuff for a new promotion. And it's wrestling in Greensburg, which there has not been much over there. It's for a great cause. Pit Fight. Go check it out on Facebook. And it looks like Larry's tag team partner is here. So that means it must be time for Mayhem Mania coming up here. The way he's tagging in. They got the handshake going. How you doing? Mainstream Matt, do you have any opinions about anything that we talked about here in the first half?
The show's great. Show's great, guys. Love it. Great show.
All right. Go check out Pit. Oh, hey, the belt. I guess, shout out. That's a pretty cool belt. We'll have to put a picture up there for you audio guys out there. Not too many charity things have like an awesome belt. Like I said, that's a better belt than I've seen in a lot of indies.
Oh, really? Because I designed it on Canva. Triangles. That's what it is.
Okay, it is. Well, that's a nice use of triangles.
Thank you.
He's really good at geometry.
Yeah, very symmetrical. What's that?
Yeah. Well, we're trying to make this like a semester. Like, we're trying to do a show semester, essentially. Okay. So hopefully we'll be able to defend this belt every semester.
Awesome. So that's great. So it's not going to be like the Braun Strowman Battle Royal belt that we never saw again.
No. And not nearly as green.
Yes. Yeah. What was that, Mad Mike?
Is one of your shows going to be called Semester to Remember?
Ooh.
Can that be the last show?
That could be. We're coining the name.
You should just do that at the end of every college year.
Oh, we could do that in the spring. Good. We were thinking of our fall show. We were going to call it Back to School Beatdown.
Yes.
I'm so happy that the activities board likes these names.
Yeah. We were scared with Pit Fight at first because we're
sound too vicious or No, we love it. Yeah.
Well, if they don't, they can be your heel authority, the activities board, the evil activities board.
Yeah.
They can just come out and try to. Oh my god! Don't say that.
We hand out a lot of free ideas. To whether it be local indies or Lucha Underground, we just hand them out to you guys. And
or WWE. I named the Hype Bros.
You did name the Hype Bros. He does have that claim to fame. So, all right, go check out Pit Fight. Like I said, we're gonna see if we can get a camera down there and film it to make sure you guys check it out if you're not in there. But please go support Connor's Cure and support what these guys are doing. Looks like they're putting together a really fun show here as well. Also, hey, support our friends here in the neighborhood. If you're in the area, if you ever visit Pittsburgh over here, hit up our friends at Slice on Broadway, sliceonbroadway.com. They are supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with the perfect pepperoni pizza here in Beachview, right here on the tracks, right up there. Or Carnegie, PA out there, if you're heading out to the airport. Yeah, out in the East End, where Google is or something. And PNC Park home of the Pittsburgh Pirates, if you're probably in town to see another team play, that's more important. But no, go please. But at least the pizza's going to be good. And I know you guys do visit. I know some people had stopped into town and they did get their slice when they were in town. Didn't visit us here at the studio, but they got their slice on Broadway. We do appreciate supporting those guys, feeding our guests here in the evening on podcast day for a good while. I was just talking Elimination Chamber with our friends down there, and they're just like, what are they doing with Osco? What the hell? Like, we pretty much had a mini podcast when I was picking up my pizza tonight. So thank you so much to them. Please, and like I said, there's people from all over. If you got a Broadway in your town, take a picture of it. Tweet the guys, PGH_slice on Twitter, and let them know you want a slice on your Broadway. And maybe we'll help them with this global expansion that's been happening. Remember, they had one location when we started advertising them. Now look at them all over the city. All right, we will be.
That's gimmick infringement. That's gimmick infringement.
Sounds like we want to make a speech.
The words broke. We will be back with Mayhem Mania after this message.
Sidekick Media Services. We are your sidekick in business for social media, video production, and more. Find out more at sidekickmediaservices.com.
I have some concerns. And then Tuesday comes, I'm like, all right.
That might as well be the title of our Raw wrap-up.
That should be. That should be. But no, I was not. As I said,
Mayhem shows, I have some concerns.
I'm not trying to say that I'm. I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be an expert. Okay, how am I going to say this?
You have expertise.
I have experience shooting professional wrestling.
You have a unique perspective.
I may have been holding a camera at ringside for at least 10 years now.
I may have nearly been hit by a chair.
I have been hit by a chair. I might have gotten spit on by voodoo goo last weekend in West Virginia.
And he
Okay?
ain't been right since.
And he's been right since.
It's worse than when Papa Shango got the Ultimate Warrior.
He is like a budget Papa Shango.
You calling him Discount Papa Shango? Is that what you're calling him, Discount Papa Shango?
But then if like Discount Papa Shango had Slipknot mask, then you have Christian Noir.
Walmart Papa Shango.
I'll love to you, Christian. Please don't spit on me.
Big Lots Papa Shango.
Big Lots Papa Shango. Matt Carlins.
Far more Papa Shango.
Matt Carlins. We have a thing to do.
Let's do it.
I forgot.
We are doing it right now.
I'm going to do the thing.
You're going to do the thing. Hey, do the thing.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. It's time for Mayhem Mania, and I'm your pal in the mainstream media, and this is what we do. First of all, the guys on the couch are still here. They have names.
We didn't leave.
Sam, Kyle, and Cornell. Handsome gentlemen. All right. Sorgatron's over there. We'll talk to him in a second.
Right.
We're going to play, gentlemen, we're going to play a little thing we call Mayhem Mania.
I can't wait.
It's kind of like a competitive thought experiment in which we are trying to create the greatest WrestleMania card of all time, but we must do it within the confines of the current reality in which we all live. Everyone comes in their current physical, mental, contractual state, which means that basically if Vince McMahon can do it right here and now, then you guys can do it. You're Vince McMahon with unlimited resources and zero self-control.
That's scary.
So basically, Vince McMahon.
Yeah. So in a moment, we'll run through this card. Each of you is going to make one change to this card. Either you'll be able to, if you don't like a match, you take a match out entirely. You bring in a new match with entirely new people. If you want to use someone who's already on the card, you can move one unit for one unit. So if you want to move, this to there, you swap those, you swap this for this, whatever. Let your imagination run wild. There's also a special subtract option. Sometimes things get carried away and we end up with like three-ways and multi-persons. So the subtract option is one use only. You can use it to remove one single person from any of these matches that are on the board. Sorg. You may notice that there's a blank space up here. If a match survives 3 rounds without being altered in any way, it graduates to permanence and goes to our quote-unquote super card where it can't be touched. We're trying to get 8 matches onto the super card. Last week, our first match to graduate to the super card graduated Sorgatron's match, which was Elias versus Velveteen Dream. So,
nice.
Fantastic match. Congratulations to Sorg. Sorg gets rewarded for doing this. He's going to get to do a handful of different things here in a moment, and I'm going to run through those in a second. But first, I also have to remind you, there are certain people that you are not allowed to use. Over the course of this game, we reward people with eliminators, okay? Basically, it lets you remove a person entirely from the game. So if you're worried that like maybe someone you don't think, should be on this card, you're worried someone's going to like bring in like, someone that you just don't like, use the eliminator, you get rid of them. So this has been given away, countless times. And so far, we've got a list of guys that you cannot use, okay? And Sorg's going to have an opportunity to add to this list because part of his reward for having a graduated match is, Sorgy, you get one eliminator. You don't have to use it right now, but you've got one. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so just think about that for a minute. Guys, here are the other people that you cannot use these people.
And by the way, you will be quizzed on all this. It's just like school.
Don't worry, the chat room will yell at you if you get something wrong. Right. You cannot use Ric Flair, Jeff Jarrett, Drake Maverick, John Cena, Randy Orton, Brock Lesnar, and Triple H. Not my idea. These are other people. I didn't do that. Okay.
I'm okay with Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, Jeff Jarrett was good. Okay with that. All right. Last week we played the Elimination Chamber Challenge. We asked people to send in their predictions of who would win the Elimination Chamber match for the WWE Championship, and the tiebreaker was total time of the match without going over. 3 people sent in Daniel Bryan as their answer. All of their tiebreaker times were over the actual time of the match.
Whoa.
There is no winner.
Wow.
But I've come up with a compromise, Sorgy.
Yeah?
You've got a little packet over there. Let's play this game for this last eliminator. Yeah.
So we have several emails here. Before, if you're on the stream, or maybe you'll catch us in gold later if you're a Patreon supporter, I have this WWE $1 Superstar Wall Walker mystery package going on here. that I got at Dollar General. Hence the nice sticker. And I had you guys email at whatever you wanted to at Wrestling Mayhem Show during the show before 10 p.m. Eastern time. And it could be one of several people. There's a picture for you guys. I'm not going to read all the names because there's way too many people. Again, it's really kind of depressing. But we're going to just real quick the emails. Mad Mike was guessing this is going to be Dolph Ziggler. We have, let me find the other emails real quick. Alex Cars of OccupyProWrestling.com is guessing AJ Styles. By the way, Mike said Dolph Ziggler because no one wants Dolph. And Larry,
how would they know?
Garza says Dean Ambrose. And Larry, didn't you email?
Yes, it says Rollins.
It says Seth Rollins. I don't know where his email went. Womp womp at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Oh, yes, and he also called it Lego prediction. This is not a Lego, Larry. He wasn't paying attention to the email address. He emailed it to womp at womp at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. So I am going to open this. I'm going to open this. And I did not play.
You want to let these guys guess too?
Oh,
real quick?
you guys want to guess?
Get on this?
What are you thinking? I just opened it. I did not look.
Now you can smell it. It smells in the
room. Who does it smell like? Does it smell like Dolph Ziggler? Does it smell like
lilacs? It's Stephanie McMahon. All right.
Is that your pick?
Yeah. No, I'm picking Roman.
Roman?
Oh, I think it smells phenomenal. I'm going with AJ.
We got two AJs.
You guys smell that? I smell some cinders, burning it down. I'm going to go with Rollins.
Rollins, okay. We got our picks. And it is, and I'm hoping it looks as goofy. It's, what the hell is this? It is Roman Reigns.
Yo!
Yes! Hey, there you go. So you get an eliminator.
So, young man, what's your name again?
Sam.
Sam, okay, great. So Sam gets an eliminator.
You're like in work mode.
Sorry.
Jesus.
Sam gets an eliminator. Sam, you don't have to use it right now. You could sit on it. You can wait until the end of the round. You can ponder. You can come back next week. You can tell us in a month. But the game ends before WrestleMania, so just letting you know. It does expire, but FYI on that. I think I've gotten through everything, Sorg.
Okay.
The lineup will be Mad Mike, then Sam, then Kyle, then Cornell, and Garza is batting cleanup. But first, Sorgatron.
Wait.
I need you.
Did we read the matches?
Yeah, we're going to read the matches.
Okay.
And then I'm going to ask you to create a match, and then, Sorg, you are going to decide who is going to get this dose of punishment that you're going to hand out.
Who is going to get this dose of punishment?
Let's go through the matches.
Okay.
Here's what we got right now. First of all, created by Bobby F. J-Town, we have the Triconics, Zelina Vega, Peyton Royce, Legally K, versus the Tri-Pirates, Kairi Sane, Io Shirai, Asuka. Big pop. Tina created Shayna Baszler versus Miko Satomura. Larry created Becky Lynch versus Rhea Ripley. You might notice there's a lot of women on this card. There are. Alex Cars created Zack Ryder versus No Way Jose. Honey Badger created the War Raiders and Sarah Logan versus Sanity, just the guys. Ty Cross created Drew McIntyre versus Walter versus Samoa Joe. And Marcus Mann created Seth Rollins versus Char Char. Sorgi.
Yes.
Make a match.
Johnny Gargano.
Johnny Bananas.
Johnny Bananas. Power Rangers birthday party guest of the show, friend of the show himself. That's as far as I got with this idea. I'm trying to remember if there was somebody. Eliza's already used because that's my first pick. Because I recently pulled up a match with Johnny Gargano and Logan Shulo that became Elias. Oh, but I could go with Kalisto because he was also in that match as Samurai Del Sol. I don't know why I had reaction shot on the couch. Sorry about that. Let's see, Johnny Gargano. And I lost my train of thought now. It's just completely gone. Who would just burn the place down? No, Seth Rollins is already used.
Buddy Murphy.
Buddy Murphy.
No help from the audience.
I like that. I like that, but I do not want it now.
He's too small. He's a cruiserweight.
Is
Johnny Gargano's main roster heavyweight.
Wait. Okay, Gargano. I remember Gargano was
the main roster adds 20 pounds.
I remember Gargano was a chubby wrestler, but now he's Mr. Abs, and I think we need to multiply the abs on this. Not Buddy Murphy.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't think he's being used.
I know where this is going.
Yeah, I think I know.
I'm sorry. I know we had an abathon last night with Ricochet and Baylor on the same thing. Was it too much sexy for TV, Matt?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, my wife fainted. That's
right. Johnny Gargano versus
He's like sitting there turned at the TV like this. He's like right up against it.
I won Johnny Gargano and whatever superhero deal he's going to do against
Venom.
Against Venom himself. No, against Venom in Finn Balor. Demon. Can I say Demon Balor? Is that stipulation?
You know what? That is a distinction that is made on the 2K19 video game. Yeah. I'll let you have it.
Oh,
Demon
yeah.
Balor.
Oh. If it's on 2K19 separately, or if it's a pop figure, it counts.
This is try 04 Undertaker. Press your luck.
04 Undertaker.
That's basically what Johnny Gargano's going to look like. Sorg.
He's going to look like Spider-Man with a Christmas sweater.
Well, my penmanship sucks from this angle. But
what does that say? Does that say Dean Balor?
Dean Balor.
Dean Balor?
Dean Balor.
It's like
Balor. You're just
Balor.
You're just trying to keep Ambrose on the
What are you doing with this?
What am I doing?
Right. Demon Balor. Don't forget the accent over the A. Now, Sorgi.
Doesn't work. Yes.
Who's going to get the punishment this week? You've got 5 people to choose from.
Who's going to get the punishment?
Which of these young men on the couch is going to get the punishment?
It's one of the guys on the couch?
No, it could be any of these 5 players.
Any of those guys. You know what? I think we do need to.
I know.
Somebody's running his second show. I think we got to break him into the business the right way. I think Kyle's going to get the punishment.
Yes.
I agree with that.
There you go.
Hey, I'm like math class all over again.
Should I tell him now, or should I wait until his turn?
Wait until his turn.
Even more fun.
Yeah.
All right.
No, that's good.
All right. So we're off and running. All right. Here we go. Again, the lineup is Mad Mike, Sam, Kyle, Cornell, and then Garza about to clean up. Mad Mike, you're up. Sam's on deck.
Oh boy. I gotta tell you, I'm a fan of a lot of these matches. I'm not a fan of some of them.
Probably one in particular.
Probably one in particular. I as much as I love Zach with an H Ryder, I think that match is going to completely go away. Yeah. No.
Are you saying no way to this match?
I'm saying no way, Jose. And Matt, in the spirit of inclusion, here's what I'm gonna do. I can book a fail 4-way, right, Matt?
Sure can.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the Usos.
Oh dear.
Versus the War Raiders.
But nope.
Wait, are they booked?
Raiders are already on the card
with Sarah Logan.
With Sarah
All right.
Logan.
Triple threat.
Okay. All right. Amendment. Usos versus the Revival.
All right.
Versus the Boss and Hug Connection. Tag Team Warfare.
Yo.
Please, when we get the Patreon and bank, just make this War Games.
Yes.
I'll be going with their new proper name, Boss Hug, from the Dukes of Hazzard.
Boss Hug. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Thanks, Mad Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, Sam. Sam, you're up. All right.
So what we got?
So
we
sorry,
have
such a
NXT
piece.
guys to work with.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to do something with
NXT guys, UK guys, whatever they got stashed in developmental.
205 live guy.
There's a lot of envelope to be pushed on.
I mean, I wanted to. When I saw, I'm going to be honest. You can judge me all you want. I saw Finn Balor and Ricochet in there. I was like, could that be a tag team?
Yeah.
I mean, like just a bunch of the acrobatic stuff. Do what you want with it, but like. Kyle said it'd be written horribly, but I guess I kind of agree with it. So I want to put Ricochet on there somewhere. I think, actually, though, now I'm thinking about it, I kind of want Rollins versus Aleister Black. So
okay.
So
we're going to take out Charlotte.
Yeah.
And we're going to put Aleister Black in instead.
I kind of like that idea, actually.
All right. Good move.
I don't know what you guys think of that. Do I get your approval?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to ask my approval.
Yeah. I want your approval, though.
I'll give you 2 enthusiastic thumbs up if that makes you feel better.
I feel great.
You should be worried more about the chat room right now.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, good job.
I don't want to know.
All right, good job, Sam. All right, Kyle, you're up. Cornell's on deck, but Kyle, you are getting the punishment.
Oh no!
You must use a currently reigning champion in your move.
That's not terrible. I guess
There's not that many left.
Dude, there's like 20.
There are like 20.
Would you like a list of currently reigning champions off the top of my head?
Sure.
That haven't been you had an eliminator used on? Let's see. Let's see. Finn's on there.
You got R-Truth, you got
Rhonda,
you got Tony Storm,
Rhonda, Tony,
Oscar,
Pete Dune,
Gibson.
Whoever those other two guys are who are holding the UK title belts. What are they? Liverpool's number one, right?
The coffee? No,
yeah.
Wait.
Not the coffees. Goddamn! Don't ever say their names. I'm so sick of fucking coffees and Gallus. Enough of that. One time was enough. Buddy Murphy.
Ooh, okay.
Let's see who else is on there. Does R-Truth still have the U.S. title?
He does.
Yeah.
Oh my god! About that.
Oh my god! He really does. All right.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Lots of options here.
Okay, so
no leading the witness.
I think this would be a good match. So the baddest woman on the planet, right?
Yeah.
Going up against Rhea Ripley herself.
Oh, okay. Oh no! Larry is pissed. He is throwing a fit off camera.
Whoa. Becky's going to show up in her Kill Bill outfit.
No. That was 1 week away from making it to the Supercard.
He was 1 week away
Danny
from the
Glover, so close.
He almost got to retire.
Jeez. Ronda versus Ripley.
Don't feel bad. If someone isn't upset, you're not playing the game correctly.
Great. Yeah.
Good job. All right, Cornell, you're up, and then Garza is on deck.
I think this is actually the first move I've ever made. I have not seen one single fuck you match like in the chat.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It'll come.
We all agreed.
Oh, I know it will, but I felt pretty solid with that.
Okay. I'm thinking...
up on the mic.
Let's go with... I'm really trying right now.
Uncomfortable.
Let's get rid of McIntyre, Walter, and Joe.
All right.
Oh. That frees up a lot of
beef.
Oh, sorry, Ty Cross.
Sorry, Ty.
Sorry, Ty.
Sorry, Ty Cross. Not sorry.
Back in the duck farm time.
Looks like Ty Cross's match just whacked.
Shinsuke Nakamura.
Oh, here we go.
I knew you were going to use
Now you got to spell Nakamura.
This is the challenge.
It's easier than Satomura.
He had a lot of trouble with Satomura.
Nakamura versus Matt Riddle, bro.
Yes!
Bro.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Jeez. Matt Riddle, who on your card, Chris LaRusso had a match with right before he got signed.
I just want to see. I just want to hear Nakamura say "bro."
I don't. With the mouth guard in or without the mouth guard?
Doesn't matter.
So many knees in that match. Can you imagine?
A lot of knees.
Good job.
Knees to faces.
This is awesome. Garza, you're up. Garza, are you there?
He's thinking. He might have muted himself. I'm not sure. I know I heard him before. Oh, I turned him down. That's my bad. That's on me. That's on me. I'm sorry.
Garza, are you there?
I hear Garza just fine.
No one mutes Garza.
Conspiracy.
Oh, I'm sorry, caller. Your connection.
I mean, all of his crass remarks about the last 4 matches I haven't gotten to hear.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I didn't know I turned it down.
Well, I have a question because at the start of the event today, you said that we can do anything that Vince McMahon has the power to do.
No.
Except Kenny Omega, right?
Kenny Omega's under contract, and that's all you need to know about that rule.
So,
if Vince McMahon can do it, you can do it.
So, can we rehire Big Cass to take on Corey Graves?
Wow. Oh, no. Corey Graves is not cleared to wrestle. Corey's not cleared to wrestle.
And you can't pick commentators for your match.
It's not clear to a lot of things.
Oh, well.
The more applicable rule is that He's not medically capable of wrestling. And actually, Big Cass might not
to
be
be
either.
fair, if you've seen Big Cass lately, he may not be either.
Wasn't he having seizures or something?
Yeah, that's the thing that happened.
Yeah, he had one like mid-match,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah. Hope you're okay. All right, Garza, make another run at this.
Okay, I guess my second option.
You just wanted to make that joke, Garza.
Yeah, of course. I don't care about Corey Grace.
I'm like, Garza, this ain't your first rodeo. You knew that wasn't going to fly.
Anyway, so actually, I had my options today. We're going to be Ronda versus Riddle and Nakamura versus Riddle. But I guess
whoa,
I got
great minds think alike.
Yeah. So I'm going to go with the usual Mayhem Mania tradition of trying to reunite the kings of wrestling.
All right.
And this year, they're going against the Monstars, Keith Lee and Dominik Dijakovic.
I'm going to need you to figure out what we're going to blow out for this. Which match are we going to get rid of to make room for this thing?
Yes. Let me see the board.
I don't know if this helps, but I'll point the camera over there. But
it's a beautiful board.
Oh,
does this help? Oh yes, the board is.
I just want to point out,
brought
the
to you
guy
by
who makes
Dark
the
Forge
graphic-
Studios. They forged this. They forged whiteboard
out of dark.
The guy
out
who
of
makes
darkness, out of just
does
dark.
not know what's on the
in
card.
studio, and it's good. It's a damn good looking board.
There's so many like images already. Like, I don't know what's up, but
I don't know. Could you even see it with that, Garza?
no, I can see it. Since I don't want to bring up the Alex Carshul again.
Uh-oh.
Let's get rid of
you're
Bastard and Satomura.
Oh, that's not Alex Carshul, yeah. Okay, Shayna's
That
done.
was Tina's.
Oh, and Tina's gonna be mad at you. She's gonna take back her compliment to you in the chat room.
Oh yeah, she is.
Oh no. You gonna be mad if I call him? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You can call him whatever you want.
Oh yeah.
Is he still wrestling? No, he's not. Maybe he is, but he's still getting beat up by Matt Riddle. Last I knew. So
that's a.
He got choked on the ring.
This is like the most Orlando Armory NXT tag team match I've ever seen.
yeah, that's definitely something in Plant City.
Good stuff. All right, Garza, thank you very much, my friend.
Of course.
Garza creates the match graphics that you might have seen on the screen, hopefully at some point or another.
Yeah, plug at thewrestlingrevolution.com.
Super talented. All right, let's take a rundown through our matches, then we'll send you on your way. First of all, we've got Johnny Gargano versus Demon Balor, created by Sorgatron. The Triconics versus the Tri-Pirates, created by Bobby. The Kings of Wrestling versus Keith Lee and Dijakovic, created by Garza. Ronda Rousey versus Rhea Ripley, created by Kyle. The Usos versus the Revival versus Boss Hug, created by Mad Mike.
Wait, we got to straighten something out. Brought to you by Kyle. Brought to you by Pit Fight.
Correct. Kyle Pit Fight Harper.
Pit, dude.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Okay.
There you go.
Frank. Where was I? Okay. War Raiders and Sarah Logan versus Sanity, just the guys, created by Honey Badger. Shinsuke Nakamura versus Matt Riddle, created by Cornell. And Seth Rollins versus Aleister Black, created by Sam.
That is a good match.
That's a damn good match.
That's a
This
good card.
thing is rounded into form, Sorg.
There you go.
Finally, we brought some actual people who can make some matches. Tell people that. It's long last.
As opposed to fake people that.
As opposed to fake people.
Not real.
As opposed to like,
Hey, Larry, yours had a good run.
As opposed to all those computer generated people.
As opposed to all the ones you eliminated from wrestling, longtime wrestling bookers and wrestlers, and that we just got rid of.
It wasn't me. It was other people. Sorg, do you want to use your eliminator?
So I want to use my eliminator.
Sam, do you want to use your eliminator? Is there anyone? Just pick a name. Be like, I hate this guy. I never want to see his name on this thing.
Yeah.
Who's your least favorite wrestler?
Charlotte Flair.
What?
Whoa!
What? All right.
I'm tired.
You know
of it.
what?
Oh, I had the same.
Man. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorg,
Brought to you by Pit Fight.
Sorg, we were doing that wrong.
This elimination is brought to you by Pit
Kyle, I'm
Fight.
sorry, we will never get Charlotte Flair
Yeah.
at Pit Fight now.
We don't. To clarify, we don't hate Charlotte Flair.
No, I just had the same reaction that Becky did when Vince announced her.
When they did, the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Just tired. That took quite a turn. I was like, well, maybe we won't get someone who's potentially a WrestleMania main eventer eliminated. No, we'll just get another. It's Sorg. You want to?
I can't. I don't. I'm in shock.
All right. Well,
I don't know what to do with that.
They're eliminated too.
What's that?
Ric Flair eliminated too.
Ric Flair is eliminated. First father-daughter eliminators.
Father-daughter eliminators.
Right before his birthday.
Right before one moment.
You can't celebrate
history making.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Birthday's called off.
I feel like we really locked something dark inside of... There's some deep feelings in there.
It's not
Something Dark, brought to you by Dark Forge Studios.
Yes. Something dark.
You could use that.
Something dark.
I'll pitch it to my marketing.
You'll pitch it to your marketing team?
Stay tuned for Talking Mayhem Mania.
Yes, thank you. That's what we do
on the Wrestling
next.
Mayhem Show YouTube channel. Larry will be my guest this week.
I can't.
Oh, yes, you will.
No, I can't.
No, you really can't? Oh, damn it. We'll find somebody. Maybe it'll be Mad Mike. He likes to talk.
I'm guilty, but you don't have to be such an ass about it.
Well, those that don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it, just like the players of Mayhem Mania and and thankfully Professor Buzzkill is here to teach us about history, about things like how walls work in the past. As is one this week, and so much more. Great podcast. Go check it out. We're talking with him about coming on the show and talking some history with us here on the Wrestling Mayhem Show. Because there's a lot of, hey, that's why we all pay for the network, right? To experience all that again. So go check him out. Our good friend of the podcast network, ProfessorBuzzkill.com. Subscribe to him and go check him out over there. And friend of the podcast, friend of the network, friend to history. All right, it is that time of the show where we find out what you learned from wrestling this week. Surprise. So who wants to go first?
Nose goes.
Nose.
I got one.
Nope. None of the guys on the couch. Garza, what's yours?
This week I learned that Aleister Black is not this methodical occultist martial artist. He's just moody.
Did you say so that
he's moody
in the group? Did he post that graphic?
He's moody.
What, the one where he's smiling? Riz made that.
Oh, Riz made that. Okay.
He's brooding. He's moody.
He's the edgiest superstar on the roster.
So edgy.
Shadow the Hedgehog, the wrestler.
I liked it better when someone on Twitter asked someone to explain Aleister Black to them, and they just responded with just Satan and karate.
Satan with a black belt.
With some weird place tattoos.
Yeah.
And a face on his back.
Yeah, that too.
Pat back.
Oh, man.
Jeez. Matt Carlins, what'd you learn from wrestling?
I learned that none of the general WWE audience watches NXT. Apparently it's just us.
Apparently it's just us. Nobody else cares.
They damn sure aren't watching it in Louisiana.
Jeez. Well, maybe that wasn't the best place to debut.
They have internet service out that way?
I don't know. It's not Nebraska.
How's Nebraska looking? Oh. All right, then.
Next WrestleMania.
It's also. I'll let you know. I'll let you know how you're doing. They're doing in June when I go to Lincoln.
Can't wait for Takeover Omaha.
Oof. Geez, where are we going next? Mad Mike, what'd you learn from wrestling this week?
I learned that Kevin Owens turned his children heel.
Kevin Owens turned his kids heel.
Because he said they love pineapple on pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Some may be that as a baby face.
I learned Mark Henry is the most goddamn genuine human being ever.
Absolutely.
If you haven't seen the special, watch the special. He also put over the Cruiserweights and the Iconics on the kickoff. Mark Henry for booking committee, for president, for everything.
I got to shake that guy's hand a week after he got that ring up in Meadville. The nicest dude I've ever met up there. That's great.
Did you see he's going to the Steel City Con in Monroeville?
I heard. Which is same day as Meadville again. Pointing out. It's like they planned it. Yeah, also Ring of Honor for some reason. Here in Pittsburgh. But yes. All right, let's go down the line here. Kyle, what'd you learn from wrestling this week?
What I learned from wrestling this week is there really can be a match that's shorter than Ruby Riott and Ronda Rousey at Elimination Chamber. And that is Dean Ambrose and Drew McIntyre.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cornell, what about you?
I learned that Becky Lynch hates Charlotte just as much as she hates the possibility of her knee recovering.
That's not true. What about you, Sam?
I learned that somebody out there loves Kofi Kingston. And
hey!
Really, well,
Kofi's
no, I do too, but like somebody with power loves Kofi Kingston.
And that man is God.
Somebody who controls the fates, like, I don't know.
Road Dogg.
It's him the whole time. Oh my god.
Road Dogg may just think he's our truth, guys.
Yeah, it was a clincher, Elimination Chamber, Kofi, and oh my god.
Never felt more empty.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, I have. WrestleMania.
Kofi is getting the shot at Fastlane.
Oh, wait, so that was announced on SmackDown? It is going to be Kofi and Daniel Bryan at Fastlane.
Sweet.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Yeah, in the 6-man tag tonight, Kofi pinned Bryan again.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like I'd be sad if they didn't do anything with him after Elimination Chamber. I'm glad that they're.
All I want, I don't even care if he has a 1-month title reign. I don't care.
Something with.
I want a Kofi Kingston champion rolling in with a WrestleMania entrance.
Yo.
I
imagine
just will ride in a giant world championship like a magic carpet.
Just a big pancake.
Just a big pancake.
That's the belt.
Either that or like they'll have like remember when John Cena had all the little Cenas line the ramp? You'd have every incarnation of Kofi. Like half of them Jamaican, half of them with Evan Bourne. Like
oh my god.
Evan Bourne got a name drop last night. That was weird.
Oh, like who?
Really?
I don't even. It just came out of nowhere. But anyways, from the chat room, Ty Cross learned that Kofi versus Bryan needs to happen at Mania. Yeah, of course we confer. Alex learned that Lafayette is the kind of town that thinks you get WWE Network on cable. Mm-hmm. They're still wondering why they can't tune into the WWE 24/7. Bobby of J-Town learned that last night's crowd deserved to watch a Lacey Evans TED Talk about wait for it. About the breeding habits of stink bugs, or as their reactions led to crickets.
Oh my god!
Now that's interesting, though.
That's Lacey Evans TED Talk. That's a new title. Okay. Lacey
Evans TED Talk.
Slam dunk title. Well, it's either that or Satan in karate. So we don't have a producer tonight, if you couldn't tell. Potter of the Tiny Shutter Podcast learned that Xavier Woods is amazing, strong, carrying Big E like a new bride. What?
Yeah. That was backstage during SmackDown.
That happened on SmackDown.
It's just it is Xavier Woods as Kofi's going on and on. It's Xavier Woods standing nearby, holding Big E like a baby, while Big E gives Kofi the side eye while eating pancakes.
Aw,
jeez.
Yep.
You can't make that.
Because Kofi's extending a pancake branch to his teammates.
Yeah. Alex Spiller learned that Vince has a boat called the Sexy Bitch.
Pretty sure I think that's accurate.
I'm not surprised, but it is funny.
Or it's just one of those things that's so ridiculous that we believe it's true about Vince.
I mean, why wouldn't it be?
I'm believing that that's true until proven otherwise.
Wow.
He just accrues value from it.
I
Just by having the
name. Brandon, not the usual Brandon, I believe, learned that the Raw still has low ratings. Ooh, even after that. That sucks. And Jerry learned that if you didn't watch Raw, you really didn't miss anything.
Oh,
there you go. He's in the Mad Mike camp. I learned from wrestling this week. I'm blanking. I'm sorry. So much happened. I'm sorry. Sorry. I learned you make sure your snow machine works when Glacier comes out.
Yeah. Otherwise, magic's gone. Hey, are we ever going to get Glacier versus Lady Frost? Is that?
Oh, that needs to happen. That needs to happen. By the way, I'm sure everything's happened by now, but good luck tonight. I believe Lady Frost and Honey Badger both down at the Rise with an Eye event in Orlando. So I'm sure that's recording for their network and everything. So good luck to them. We talked to Badger last night here. She was in studio last night before she head out today, and looking forward to see how that comes. Taking on other friend of the show, Area Blake. That we talked to a while ago on the Indie Mayhem show. So cool to see that kind of good. Also, a friend of the show, Delilah Doom, made a debut at the Las Vegas tapings for Impact Wrestling.
Yeah, she's doing awesome.
Doing great stuff. Great stuff. So I think we interviewed her 2 or 3 years in a row of her career. So it may be overdue to get her and maybe Britt Baker while we still can.
Yeah, I know.
She's coming back.
She's rolling through town again. That's awesome.
Rolling through town. We'll see what's going on. See if she'll swing by the studio here. So
come on, Dr. B.
We are working on a few other things coming on here. Dr. B. Some other people that are having last matches might be coming through the studio here if we can get everything lined up. Also, Grey Wolf Raventhorn is going to be our interview for Indie Mayhem show. We're going to be talking with him tomorrow night live at, I believe, 9 p.m. Eastern on the Indie.
So is he going to give you Game of Thrones spoilers?
I don't know. He was announced.
Game of Thrones character.
He was announced as from the land of ice and fire.
That's fair. Okay.
Yes. So he's. I don't know if you've seen the picture for the interview, sir.
I have not. I just assume it's the mountain with fur.
That's not too far off.
Okay.
So he's doing some really good YouTube videos too, and we saw him here a couple of times with RWA. So it'll be good to have a chat with him too. So he's going to be, if you like old Powers of Pain type guys.
And who doesn't? I mean, really.
I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't like that? So
Barbarian and yeah.
It checks all the nostalgia boxes.
Exactly. So, no, he was doing some good stuff when we saw him through town. Seen some good stuff online. I can't wait to have a chat with him. Thank you, our friends from Pit Fight. Once again, where can people find out about the show? When is the show? Where is the show?
People can look on. We got a Facebook page. We got an Instagram and a Twitter. The Instagram and Twitter handles are Pit Fight 2019, and we have an event on Facebook called Pit Fight with an exclamation mark. The show is Thursday, March 7th. Doors open at 7. Bell time is at 7:30. Tickets are $10 for adults, $5 for children, and pit students and children 3 and under are free. If you want to order tickets, go ahead and go over to pitfight2019 at outlook.com, and we'll get you sorted out.
There you go. Go check it out. Can't wait to see how that turns out there. I'm hoping people are sending me pictures when I land in Fort Worth that night. Mainstream Matt, 1T on the Twitters.
Thanks, Sorg.
Top guys. We will call out to our friend Dark Forge Studios .co, who sponsors our Mayhem Mania board. He left already. Larry. Also, Mad Mike 483 on the Twitter.
And youtube.com/Poppy.
That's right. And Garza.
You can go to
plug your shit.
WrestlingRevolution.com. You can go to Fear4W online and read those Impact Wrestling recaps and tell your friends, oh my god, that guy that reviews Impact those guys is really, really
good. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on Delilah Doom.
Yeah. I'm looking forward.
Awesome. I have another friend out there that was behind the scenes. Got to hang out with Impact for Las Vegas, and it sounds like it was a pretty good time. So thank you, everybody, for joining us for the show. Thank you, chat room, and we'll see you guys again next Tuesday for another fine evening of wrestling chatter and chicanery, where maybe I'll know English by then. We'll see you guys next time. Mayhem out.
Just wait. Wait for the perfect time, then attack. Don't give up what you want, take it back. Wait for the perfect time, then attack.
This show is a member of the Sorgatron Media Podcast Network. Find out more at Sorgatron Media.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. That was the Wrestling Mayhem show from Beachview over on Broadway. Tune in tomorrow, Cold War Radio, 8 p.m., Thanks for stopping by this weekend for WHBJ and Weekend Review. I'm Mitch Bailey Jr., your host here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're signing off, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for a great weekend, a great week. Jacob Seals. Ladies and gentlemen, support him, the American Dreamer.
Thank you. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespasses against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.